Nick Hale, be safe today. We'll see
You got
you
it.
tomorrow.
All right. Bye-bye.
Trump later on this afternoon in PA. First Harvest Credit Union sponsoring us. Enjoy your summer plans while your money stays hard at work with a growth checking account. First Harvest Credit Union. Earn 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Just visit them, firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for all the deets. Membership restrictions to apply, insured by NCUA. First Harvest Credit Union sponsoring our big three. There you go. We have Linda Kearns around. We have, oh my goodness, we have a lot to talk with Linda Kearns about, right? With everything going on, and we're getting some leaks as far as what President Trump may be talking about in that big address tomorrow night. So we'll talk about that, all things election, and run things by Linda Kearns as well, the Todd Blanche hearings, all of that. That's coming up later. But first, we'll check in with our friend who is the education guru, and that is Dr. Beth Ann Roscoe, doctor being the PhD in education. So a lot of education questions for Beth Ann Roscoe, and we want to get to that as well just ahead. You are watching on YouTube or listening on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, The Dawn Stenslin Show. Glad to be with you. 855-839-1210, the number to call. Let us know what was your fave moment, either if you watched it live or Dan Borowski bringing us all of those wonderful nostalgic moments in Philadelphia, Phillies All-Star Game in the rearview mirror. Mets Phils tomorrow. Dawn Show returns right after this.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires. Plus, free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
The uncertainty that clouded the job market last year appears to be melting away.
All indicators show high pent-up demand, unemployment remaining low, and job openings still above the norm.
Michelle Reisdorf of the Robert Half Company says a few sectors are staffing up.
Healthcare still remains really strong. Technology, obviously a key component with AI.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
The big story in Philadelphia, obviously, we've got Beth Ann Rosca coming up just ahead, but the big story in our region, not just Philadelphia, is that we have 100-degree heat combined with this humidity, and essentially it's like a big oven where because of the way the weather is and this heat, it holds in the pollution. Then we've got the Canada fires, and so they're saying, especially if somebody you or somebody you know or love has any breathing issues, asthma, COPD, anything like that, you want to make sure that you are inside with some filtered air conditioning, and take good care. Not a great day to exert yourself outside. So just a heads up on that one. Extreme heat warnings from the National Weather Service. It's 89 degrees already, 10:32, so it has begun. And these alerts go through 8 o'clock this evening. No rain in sight, unfortunately, if you can believe this, until the weekend. It's always the weekend. We have, apparently something has happened in West Philadelphia where we have a partial building collapse. And so several homes on a block in West Philadelphia have collapsed. So we have that emergency responders, city officials checking the structural integrity. And I know that they've blocked off some streets. It's unbelievable. But what they're saying is that as we clean up from these microburst winds, which I don't remember us having here in Philadelphia, and multiple microburst situations where it just feels like a zap of a tornado. It's not a tornado, but up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, uprooting those huge trees and causing the damage to trees and buildings. So we may very well see this now with the heat, and then the weekend rain. I would not be surprised if we see more of the huge trees that can't take all of this, or even old buildings. So just thinking about that. That's why we have this declaration of emergency that was declared in Philadelphia, as well as I know Lower Merion Township. They had that situation as well. And It's just a shame. The amazing thing in all of these, I don't see serious or life-threatening injuries. We did have some people injured, and especially some of the crews, but the storm cleanup continues. I cannot even imagine being without power during a heat wave like today, especially, and tomorrow it's not going to be much better. So, man, I know the Pico crews are out there, working in this heat. Not fun, not good. I did want to touch on a few things just to clarify a few things. We're talking about ICE a lot. I know that we had, these well orchestrated, they called them peace vigils in Philadelphia, Texas, Maine, across the country, even Minneapolis, trying to talk about these different ICE related shootings of people who either fled ICE or reportedly were using a vehicle, weaponizing a vehicle and racing toward law enforcement officers. And tragically, we had some people who were shot by law enforcement who say that they felt they were in danger. They were in immediate peril. So we had that going on. One of the headlines, I just want to give you this heads up if you didn't see it, and I do want to I'll ask Linda about it, but one of the headlines is that, I know the Atlantic just did a big piece, that this officer in Maine in particular is a rookie, that he's a so-called rookie cop, and calling this individual out. I really can't stand that, but that's the narrative that we're seeing. The narrative is not looking into whether or not law enforcement was actually in danger. The narrative is not, the headline is not, well, that these officers, particularly in Maine, did not have on they were not wearing the body cameras, right? Because that's another one. But no, the narrative is, oh, it was a rookie, so he must have been in error. And never giving the benefit to law enforcement, that's something that bothers me terribly. And at the same time, we talked about an illegal person with a CDL license in California who killed 3 people, including a beloved coach and his wife, and injured many others. That guy gets, with a DUI, pleads guilty to vehicular homicide, gets less than 5 years. So that guy, by the media, gets the benefit of the doubt. And by the way, gets the benefit of the doubt, drunk driving with a CDL, illegal, the whole shebang, total benefit of the doubt. But a law enforcement officer who says, hey, we had the warrant, we were going after somebody who was a dangerous, worst of the worst kind of person, somebody else, we end up trying, flees, and we try to pull over that person. That officer in that moment, the heat of the moment, is not given the benefit of the doubt. Just want to point that out. And that's the hypocrisy that we see within the media. It bothers me terribly. 855-839-1210. It's not acceptable. And so we need to change the narrative and say, hey, yo, media, not acceptable that you're doing that. We need to flag, you know what? We need to flag them as much as we get flagged. Like Dan Borowski's bummed out that we got flagged for some copyrighted, MLB video. But we need to be more like the FCC. We need to flag and call out the media when they don't properly and in perspective report the situation happening. So just know this, you have a lot more power than you think. Sit down, take a moment, write to the FCC. And by the way, CC the station that you're complaining about, or the Inquirer, or whoever it is in the media. If it's me, fine, I don't care. You have a lot more power than you think. I shouldn't say Greg. I can only say.
Don't give him ideas there, Don.
Well, Greg's not here, so because if I said it in front of Greg, he'd be like, "What? What are you talking about?" But in all seriousness, write the letter because, by the way, a station must keep the letter or email, phone call, not phone call because you want to keep the receipt. But the FCC does look into those. Believe it or not, they do. So I'm just saying, be like the FCC. That's my new little mantra. Oh, man, am I grateful for my guys at Marvin E. Cans because we got our little tune-up. I'm on the 6-month plan, so it's a no-brainer. It's idiot-proof, as I call it. and they make it that way. But my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran founded, supporters of TMF, Travis Manion Foundation. You've heard me talk a lot about Marvin E. Cann's and the Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split they installed in our home office. Game changer. We love it. My guys putting their money where their mouths are. For every Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning unit installed, Marvin E. Cann's donates $100 to Travis Manion Foundation. Just visit them, marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
Attention! This is a pesticide exposure alert. The pesticide chlorpyrifos, used as an insect repellent, has now been linked to neurodevelopmental disorders in children and Parkinson's disease. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after being exposed to chlorpyrifos, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory68.com now to see if you qualify. Across the country, pesticide manufacturers have already faced multi-billion-dollar lawsuits and settlements over alleged health risks. Now, people exposed to chlorpyrifos are taking legal action, alleging this pesticide caused serious neurological injuries in both adults and children. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after chlorpyrifos exposure, don't wait. Strict filing deadlines may apply. Visit govictory68.com today to see if you qualify. Go to govictory68.com. That's govictory68.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We love Linda Ronstadt. I'm going to blow your mind right now. It's Linda Ronstadt's birthday. Dan just told me this. I can't believe she's 80?
Yeah. 80 years old, born July 15th, 1946 in Tucson, Arizona.
Wow. I know that she doesn't sing anymore, which is so sad because she has Parkinson's, I believe. But just a real trailblazer and cutie pie and obviously major hit artist. But it's unfortunate that she does struggle with Parkinson's, so she doesn't sing too much.
Got a new breath through her career a couple years ago, though, with The Last of Us, HBO, focusing on Linda Ronstadt. So because of that, there was a lot of hype around her, and it was nice to see.
It was. Well said. Well said. Yeah. Actually, my husband, Larry Menti, had because he is a huge Linda Ronstadt fan, and he had actually put out that song and got, I don't know, like 1 million hits or something, because it was just nice. You know, and it was a nice, pleasant surprise to see that she got that.
Yeah.
That pop.
Yeah.
So speaking of pops, should we pop on over to see our friend Beth Ann Rossica in the house? It's been a minute, Beth. Dr. Beth Ann Rossica, PhD, pride of Chester County. How are you, Beth? Beth Ann?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are you, Dawn?
Enjoying the summer, trying to avoid the heat. I love the heat, but you know, I love it, even when it's this hot, but you got to be safe.
I'll take the heat over the cold any day, so I'm not complaining about the heat at all.
Amen. Amen, sister. Where do we begin? There's a lot to talk about. We have the new Pennsylvania budget, no school choice formally yet, but a lot of education money being pumped in. We got that going on. I'll begin, though, with your latest piece, Broad and Liberty. Just today, broadandliberty.com. If you don't follow Broad and Liberty, shame on you, because it's your loss, really. I love the folks at Broad and Liberty. I know I'm biased, Beth Ann, but you always just pump out great material, and it's original material, and you do a ton of research. So that's another piece of it, that a lot of times content is regurgitated from other print media. But Beth Ann, truly, you're a great researcher, great writer, and pumping out a lot of new information, and you make us think. So it's really all in one. But you're talking about the end of school property taxes. We can all only hope this is your opinion, as proposed Pennsylvania bill would rewrite education funding. So Beth Ann, take us through what you're writing about. Actually, this is politicspa.com, isn't it? Or is
it's
it
on
both?
both Politics PA and Broad and Liberty. Yeah, Politics PA picked it up as well today.
Nice.
So, well, thanks, Dawn. I interviewed Senator Dawn Kiefer, who is the senator who proposed this legislation, and she actually proposed it a year ago. So it's not new, but she's working hard to do some education around this. And when I came across it, I thought it would be important for our readers to learn about this proposed legislation. So basically, she is proposing to eliminate property taxes and instead have people pay a higher personal income tax and a higher sales tax in order to cover the local share of school funding. And what I thought was interesting about her proposal is that, I'm sure many of your listeners will recall back in 2023, there was a landmark lawsuit that a number of school districts sued the state for basically saying that the way that we fund education in Pennsylvania is unconstitutional. And the court agreed with them and basically sent it back to the legislature to say, okay, you have to fix this. Well, the legislature really hasn't fixed anything. What they do is they continue to throw money at the problem, as we just saw with this last budget, more and more money into education. But quite frankly, all of those increases are not, resulting in any positive outcomes for our students. So what's interesting about this legislation is that it actually addresses the funding mechanism. And it says that we're not going to have property taxes anymore. I mean, Dawn Kiefer, that is, said to me that that's her number one issue amongst her constituents is the high property taxes. So we're taxing seniors out of their home. We're preventing young people from buying houses because typically you're looking at $500 a month in taxes that is part of your mortgage. So this legislation is designed to address the inequities in funding across different school districts, to put the burden of school taxes on those people who spend the most money. So she talked to me about the fact that 80% of residents in Pennsylvania would see a savings in their pocket by moving to this new system. And in the article towards the end, there's a link that you can go in and fill out the calculator, and it will tell you whether you'll pay more or less under this system. But so it's again designed to have funding be more equitable. Philadelphia would see an additional $3 million in school funding under this system, according to Senator Kiefer. And it would positively impact 80% of Pennsylvanians, and those who earn the most and spend the most would end up spending more, that the 20% in those categories. So I thought it was a really interesting concept, and no one was really talking about it. So that's why I like to write about those things that the mainstream media just generally ignores.
And for it, I think that it correct me if I'm wrong in your article, but I think you point out, and as far as the other Dawn, the lawmaker Dawn Kiefer, from on the Pennsylvania side, because there's a Dawn on the Jersey. We have to get the Dawns together, but
the Dawn Coalition.
Yeah, coalition. But I think they point out that for seniors, they still would not tax. It would be 401k. Right, with income, with 401k, not Social Security, not
correct
military
correct
benefits.
not military benefits. Correct, you are correct about that, Dawn.
One of the things I'll say with it, though, I will, and this is Senator Kim Ward living rent free in my head, is just thinking about, because she did all those great social media posts, and she's been here. We've talked to her. I've talked to her, but thinking about the fact that we're sitting on this liquid gold, right? That we are on this, you think about the Marcellus Shale, you think about the natural gas in Pennsylvania, and basically we're subsidizing neighbors with the energy situation. I would love to see if we just taxed the neighbors and everybody else for using our natural gas and pay for
Right.
our schools that way.
Yep. No, I mean, I think they're all good, creative, different ideas because the property tax situation has really gotten so out of hand. And I talk in the article, I remind our readers that, the school directors in Pennsylvania have the authority to raise your taxes. And there was an Auditor General report back in 2023 that basically said that many school directors are playing a shell game by moving money around to different funds so that then they can raise taxes without having to go through the taxpayer referendum. So, I mean, I'm sure just about every listener on this show today, every school district is raising taxes almost every year.
Yep.
There might be an election year where it doesn't happen, but then the next year it's just a higher percentage. So every year our taxes are going up. Enrollment for schools is shrinking, it's going down, and yet we can continue to pay more and more taxes, and our results for our kids are worse and worse. So it's a pretty abysmal situation.
Well, and to your point, bringing up that law, the what was, a judge's ruling, a court's ruling. So if it's illegal, could Pennsylvania taxpayers file a class action lawsuit of some sort? Say we shouldn't have to pay this. It's illegal. It's an illegal tax.
Yeah, I mean, people could try. The court. My experience with the court system is that it moves very, very, very slowly. So I don't know that we'll get anywhere with that. But like I said, I thought that Senator Kiefer's idea was a good one.
Yeah.
And I mentioned in the article that it wasn't her idea. That a former Representative Frank Ryan had actually put together this comprehensive proposal back in, I think, 2018. Before the world blew up with the COVID lockdown. So she is trying to revive this, and I think it'll be interesting to see if she gets any traction. There's a similar bill on the House side with Wendy Fink that she's also trying to push it from that angle as well.
Wanted to just take your pulse as far as the latest budget and the education spending. Yesterday, Josh Shapiro was, having fun with a lot of kids and I know it was bipartisan legislation, but he gets the credit because he's the governor. He signed it into law saying, kids, you have recess again. Just wanted to get your take on, the latest Pennsylvania budget educational funding.
Right. Well, again, Dawn, we continue to throw money at a problem that is not a working system. I mean, I have taken exception to every budget with Josh Shapiro where he is fully funding free breakfast for every student in Pennsylvania. I think that's about $23 million a year, if I recall correctly, that we're basically paying for breakfast for kids that don't need it.
No.
So if my son in public school wanted to get breakfast, he couldn't even pay for it. You had to take the free breakfast. And I think that that's a ridiculous waste of taxpayer dollars. Certainly kids whose parents cannot afford food, those kids should absolutely have free meals. But we do not need to be paying for other people's children whose parents are in a perfect position to pay for it. So things like that are particularly problematic to me. Again, there's no accountability for this additional money that's being given to districts. Enrollment is shrinking. Outcomes are continuing to decline. There was no additional money for any type of school choice. Now, thankfully, the EITC tax credit program that helps fund a lot of school choice, that was being discussed to be on the chopping block. And thankfully, the Republicans were able to keep that in the budget package. So I'm very grateful and happy that that program will stay because many, many, many children across Pennsylvania count on that program to be able to attend a school of their choice. So, I mean, I think that there were some positives with the budget, but overall, it's still too much money. I mean, it's, $52 billion, $51 billion to run this state. And, the services aren't that great.
Yeah.
So I think that, again, it got done and it was bipartisan. I really believe that Shapiro got it done in record time for him because it's an election year. And, he has been beat up pretty badly for not getting stuff done on time. So now he can claim that he was only 12 days late instead of 3 months. So I think that was really more of the issue.
Yeah, this is true. Earlier we talked about something, so I'll just quickly ask you about it if you know the update. And it was on our morning Kale and Company this morning, and Nick Kale was asking the question about the gender affirming surgeries for children. And I know that we had talked about the fact that UPenn had said no more. They won't do that. A few hospitals. As far as Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, they have one of the biggest programs. And so I don't have a clear answer on that because it's still, to me, a little fuzzy in the answers back and forth when I look at the statements from Children's Hospital. Do you have a better view on that?
So I'll tell you, Dawn, I did a little research this morning just to try to see, what I could find. And it does appear that Nemours, which was one of the larger providers, has stopped surgeries and they're not accepting new patients for hormone and puberty blockers. When I looked into CHOP, it also seems a little bit fuzzy. And here's why I think the issue is fuzzy at CHOP, is that previously when I looked at hospitals that were spending the most money on these types of surgeries, it actually wasn't CHOP that was the entity that was doing the surgeries. They were doing the hormones and the puberty blockers, and it was actually HUP, the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, that was doing the actual surgeries. So it is unclear to me whether HUP is continuing to do those surgeries for minors, because they're certainly continuing to do them for adults. So I think that is where some of the confusion comes in, and I don't have a clear answer on that.
Okay, great. Tell me something good.
Something good. Well, it's summer. It's America's 250th birthday, and there's lots of celebrations, which I think is wonderful. So, and it's a nice hot day. So I like the hot weather.
See, I found something out about you and I have in common. We like the heat. It's a thing.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, enjoy it. Dr. Beth Ann Rosica, you're always a great advocate for education and the importance of education. And I think that the one thing that we learn from everything that you write is education is the key to solving everything. If only we'd get it right.
100%, Dawn. Thanks so much for having me on the show, and have a great day.
You too. You as well. Dr. Beth Ann Rosica. Love her. Read her stuff. broadandliberty.com. Beth Ann Rosica. Follow her. She's just a great human being. One of my favorite people. And another one of my very favorite people, which makes Wednesday my favorite day of the week, because Linda Kearns in the house. Man, do we have a lot to discuss
Good morning,
with Linda.
Dawn.
Hey, Linda.
Glad to be here on this steamy Philadelphia day.
Is it hot out there?
It is. It's a little warm.
Yeah.
Do you guys? So I for some reason I had a sense with Beth. I was like, she's gonna like. I love the heat. My husband's like, what are you doing working in the yard? He thinks I'm crazy, but either you love it, you hate it, maybe you like the cold.
Terrible.
Yeah, see Dan and Linda, I can tell. Well, you're Poconos people,
No,
right? You're winter people.
I like the heat. I like the heat. I'm fine. And I love the change of seasons. Like I wouldn't want it to be like this 365 days a year, because I like the change of seasons.
I'm miserable.
Well, Dan, that's you. You're
Sweating.
that's your baseline.
Flop
Just like
sweat on my man boobs.
Stop.
Terrible.
Oh,
Dan,
man.
your baseline is glass half full.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You guys
I don't really know what that means, but I'll say okay.
That's good. That's good. That's a compliment.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
My baseline is glass. I think it's an insult.
Half full.
Half full.
Half full.
Oh, half empty.
There you
meant
go.
half
Okay.
empty? Okay.
There's
Dawn,
the insult.
I thought you were
Jimmy
saying
give you
positive.
that little present?
What?
Wait. Didn't he?
No, she didn't get it yet, but she was doing an interview, and Jim didn't want to go in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We got to go to break. And
did you bring me food and somebody already ate it? Did Jimmy Kelly eat it?
No, I ate it
All right.
already.
We
I was on a food kick after that.
I know.
Dubai chocolate.
I know. I had Dubai chocolate.
She was
I had Pete Cherokee was in the house.
Yeah, I heard you devoured some crab fries on air. Yeah.
Delicious. And the cheese dip. Oh,
you know,
so
Kale
good.
was reflecting upon your greatest moments with food. Didn't you one time do like a water taste test?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I'll never live it down with Dr. Maz, Dr. Mazzarelli.
Sorry to dig up some old,
Like what? Schuylkill water versus New Jersey water?
I don't know. Rich, what was it? Rich was...
It was like different bottled waters or something like that.
Like Rich was, I don't know where Zioli was because this was like on afternoons or something. And I don't know, somebody said, you should do a water tasting test or something. And on radio, because that was even before
it's a great
YouTube.
segment.
It was horrible. It was like, okay, let me taste this. You know.
Tastes like water.
Tastes like water. It was bad. We'll never, Dr. Maz, I love him, but
the thing
we'll
is,
never live it down.
You'll never live it down because it gets talked about because it was so bad it turned good. Yeah. It was a great segment, to be honest. We got to revisit it sometime.
All right. Not today.
Yeah, well, not today.
Not today. Drink your water. All right. Linda Kearns, just ahead. We have everything to talk about with what's going on locally, nationally. Blanche in the hot seat. We got a lot of election news, election talk. What's Trump going to be talking about? We got it all. Tell me something good. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Summer is such a special time to get engaged, and at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, I'd love to help you find the perfect ring for that moment. I'm Paul Cozy, and whether you're looking to create something completely custom or want help selecting a beautiful diamond and ring that's ready to go, I'll personally work with you every step of the way. Everything we do is handled in-house right here at Cozy Jewelers, which makes the process personal, comfortable, and truly one of a kind. If you're thinking about taking that next step this summer, come see me at Cozy Jewelers, and let's make the ring that's meant for your future fiancé.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtua Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtua Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026. When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, I'm a designer with Bucks County Estate Traders. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Well, not really. I found a couple pieces I love, but I just don't know if they'll fit where I need them to, or if my partner will like them.
Oh, no worries. Did you scan the QR code? See right there. Just scan and you'll have everything you need on your phone. Pictures, dimensions, you name it.
Get out. That's amazing.
Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield. Come shop thousands of amazing furniture, decor, and art finds with QR codes on every piece. BucksCountyEstateTraders.com for more.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Here's your local forecast, sponsored by Ashley Furniture. 90 degrees. Yes, we've officially hit 90 degrees. And the National Weather Service issuing warnings, alerts about dangerous heat across our region. Feel like temperatures to hit near 110 degrees. So we not only have the heat, we not only have the humidity. And these alerts, by the way, began at 10 o'clock this morning, go to 8 o'clock this evening. Heat, humidity, as well as I'll call dirty air, pollution levels held down by the heat. And that means breathing issues for anybody with asthma or COPD, anything of that nature. So a lot of these warnings and alerts, National Weather Service putting this out. Be safe. Thank you, Ashley Furniture, for sponsoring this weather update. Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Why not just go shopping? Because Ashley Furniture, of course, they have beautiful air conditioning, feels good. Can test out the couches, save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax, and Ashley will actually deliver it all for free. How does that sound? Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale only at Ashley Furniture.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Temperatures rising. Linda Kearns is in the house. Can I make a confession?
Uh-oh. That you love my intro music?
I do. I love your intro music. Well, that, of course. I love Elvis and I love Linda. But I used to do this with my kids when it was a really, really hot day. We really would go to the Ashley Furniture store. I had a relative working at one of them because it's freezing in there and they have those comfortable couches and chairs.
It's fun.
And it's fun. And we would just hang out.
Yeah. It's funny you say that because Maisie and I just did the same thing. There's a local Ray Moore and Flanagan that we went and walkthrough. Not as good as Ashley, I gotta say, but it was one of those moments where we were like, oh yeah, let's drop $3,500 on a couch for absolutely no reason. Yeah,
I love it.
We didn't do it.
Comfy couches. Have you ever done that, Linda?
Go to a furniture store to cool off?
Uh-huh.
No, I can't say I have.
Well, and also, I don't know, like just to.
She goes to Dubai and stuff.
I know.
My mom's going to kill me for saying this, but we were at my mom's for July 4th, and do you guys, when you go to your parents' house, are there fights over the air conditioner? Because we were all saying, yes. Mom, this house 100%. Is too hot. And then my mom said, I'll turn on the fans. So my brothers and I were saying, Mom, do you know what a convection oven is? It's when you turn on a fan in a hot place. But
my mom, once she hit 70, it was we were fighting over. She always wanted it hot in the house to save money, and then all of a sudden she comes visits me. Now she's over 70. It's like it has to be 63 degrees where I sleep, or else I can't fall asleep. It's like, where was this when we lived together? I would have loved it.
Yeah. That's my house because it's all males. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. It's more a male thing, I think. But the house is freezing. Freezing. I literally went, it was like 70 degrees. I'm like, this is ridiculous. It should be 78.
70 is not
78.
freezing.
70 is freezing.
70 is like
hot.
Barely comfortable.
Oh,
yeah.
Please.
You'd get along well with my mom.
78.
Because there was a big scandal because someone touched the thermostat. And my mom said, Linda, did you do it? And I said, Mom, please. That's something punishable by death in this house. Like I would never touch. I could be on my deathbed and I wouldn't touch that thermostat. So.
I love it. It's so true.
But yeah, my mom's big on the fan. I'll turn on the fan.
I'll turn on the fan. Move that air around.
Yeah, it does a lot.
Move that warm air around.
I love it. So where do you want to go first, Linda Kearns? We have Todd Blanche. Now, for those of you who missed some of the segments, and if you did, where were you? But Linda, you know Pam Bondi. You adore Pam. I love Pam Bondi. I think she's a great woman. I've followed her career from back in the Florida days. But Pam Bondi, she's living her best life now. Probably a lot more stress free.
I would think so.
But she is Todd Blanche, who would be the replacement person, a personal attorney to President Trump in the hot seat. We played those clips earlier at 10 o'clock in the Big Three. But so we have that going on. That's the confirmation hearing going on.
Is he in front of the Judiciary Committee, or is it the full Senate yet?
No, it's 11 o'clock. So I believe that they're still in front of the smaller group, the Judiciary.
Yeah, they have it up on Fox News now.
And they're trying, and they try to. It's almost like, I don't know. It's almost like high school. How like Dan played the clip earlier. Dan Borowski, great executive producer, Dan Borowski. He played the clip earlier, Linda, at 10 o'clock, where the Democrats are putting out clips of Blanche. Basically, I love you, President Trump, whatever. So, which we all go like, great. Lucky you. You work for Trump. I'm like, that's great. We don't care.
Look, I think these confirmation hearings are performative. It's just a chance for all of these senators to get some type of a clip, a good news clip in. Mm-hmm. Their staff probably works feverishly to give them, good anecdotes to say so that it gets repeated. And I'm not sure it's changing a lot of people's minds. I think the changing of the minds goes on more behind the scenes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Where they're, wheeling and dealing, like vote for him and I'll give you this. And, if you do this for me, I'll do that. I'm not sure. I'm wondering how many minds actually get changed by something that's said during these hearings.
He's going back and forth the forehead right now. You want to drop in on that?
Sure.
Yeah, here you go. And whoop.
Oop.
I have no idea why they answer questions.
Me neither.
I mean, you're asking me to speculate about something I don't know.
Is the Department of Justice that you're running independent from the White House?
The Department of Justice, like every single department in the executive, is part of the executive. I mean, Article 2 of the Constitution gives the power of the executive to President Trump. So we certainly operate with integrity. We certainly operate in the single mindset to serve the American people and do the right thing. But I am a member, if confirmed. I will be a member of the cabinet. I'm serving in the acting capacity that way now, just like the other cabinet members. And President Trump can fire me. whenever he wants. So,
do you have a sense why he fired your predecessor?
I have no idea. I mean, President Trump, we all serve at the pleasure of President Trump and this administration.
Did President Trump ever post on Truth Social directing your predecessor to get at it, to prosecute his perceived political enemies?
I don't think those were his exact words. But
those were not his exact words,
no,
but clearly that was the intention. It is my impression, sir, that you are here rather than your predecessor because the president was unhappy with her failures to actually secure convictions of folks like Attorney General Tish James or former FBI Director Jim Comey. If you're confirmed and you're asked to take an action you believe to be illegal or unethical, would you resign?
That will never happen, but yes, if it were to happen, I'm not going to violate my oath to the Constitution.
I appreciate that answer.
Oh, that's a good answer.
You did answer a question by a colleague about input that you gave to the president. Did you ever say no to the president on the slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund? Did you advise him against this?
Will not talk about communications I had with the president.
Can't say what he advised.
As his lawyer for a couple years before he was elected, I'm the Deputy Attorney General and the Acting Attorney General. So I'm not going to talk about communications that I have with him. But Senator, I will say that President Trump trusts me to give him counsel. Counsel does not mean yes, man. And so that's true in my case, like it should be in any Attorney General's case.
Let me just for a minute bear down on the anti-weaponization fund.
Yeah, and that was an unkind name you called this guy.
The forehead?
Yes, that's very unkind.
Yeah, Chris Coons has a giant forehead.
So Senator Chris Coons, by the way, of Delaware, is also an attorney. So when Linda jumped in, I mean, right, because Linda, obviously an attorney with her own practice, family practice here in Philadelphia. But Senator Coons knows that he can't answer some of these questions, right, Linda?
Yeah, I mean, he's performing for his constituents, for TV, for hoping that the next Democrat president appoints him to something. I mean, that's what this is. By the way, breaking news, my mother is putting me up for adoption because of my comments on how hot her house is.
Well, Linda's mom, you were right. She was wrong.
Sure.
As far as Senator Coons, if he's performing, put a little powder on that forehead, dude.
Oh, you're so unkind.
It's not unkind. His haircut emphasizes that it's just a never-ending vast.
I mean, come on.
Space.
Eligible for multi-million-dollar payouts.
So there's a lot of questions there. First of all, we have put it in writing. It's in repeated court filings in EDVA and DC. So this narrative that you won't put it in writing happens not to be true. The reason why neither myself nor Secretary Bessent agreed to put a declaration in is because there's long-standing precedent that judges cannot ask cabinet secretaries or people like me to put in declarations. It has nothing to do with whether the fund is alive. I'm under oath today, and I've said it's dead repeatedly. I said it to the House Oversight Committee, and I'm happy to say it as many times as necessary. As far as what the judge said in Florida, just the last question you asked about Florida, that judge disagreed with what I said. I still believe the 11th Circuit precedent, which I've studied, I am right. So we'll see.
You did say earlier.
Hey, Linda, is he a suck-up?
Todd Blanche?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
in your opinion?
I don't know him. What does upset me just a little bit? He was a Democrat until 2024. You can Google it. And the guy's in his 50s. Like, he spent his life as a Democrat and then all of a sudden became Republican. Although I guess I admire someone who becomes a Republican more so than someone who would switch from Republican to Democrat. But that does bother me a little bit about him.
There are not as many people who go from Republican to Democrat,
Right.
are there?
No,
I think it's
I would hope
more
not.
the other way,
Yeah.
to your
Yeah.
point. So maybe he just
I mean, look,
he grew up
Dawn,
late.
President Trump, I think everyone in his orbit knows, like, he wants people to be very loyal.
Mm-hmm.
So I get you could call it sucking up, you could call it like steadfast loyalty, but I think that's what is required
Mm-hmm.
of President, being in President Trump's, cabinet or being one of his advisors.
Yeah, I think I think that Pam Bondi, I think was loyal. I mean, I think she kept her own integrity and her commitments, but I don't know. There are some people with that suck up personality. So
right.
I didn't know if you knew, because you know a lot of these individuals, but I just wanted to know what his personality was like in person. I think so far he's doing okay. But,
I think so too. He looks a little stressed out,
Yeah.
although I guess I would look stressed out too
Yeah.
if I was sitting there. I don't know what the votes are on this committee. I mean, he might have enough votes to get out of this committee and get to the full Senate, but it's just a matter of those Republican holdouts to see if they'll vote for him.
Left Twitter is going crazy over one moment in which
asked about Epstein. Is this
no?
Oh.
It's well, I can get that too. I hadn't seen that, but this is just John Kennedy and the left saying, "Oh, look at Blanche slipped. He slipped. Take a listen."
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General. So I met him as his.
Is that a bad slip there, Linda?
Well, I mean, it's a slip. I'm his lawyer. He's not his lawyer anymore. He's the, acting Attorney General. But if that's how he views himself, that's an issue. And look, I like John Kennedy. I love when you guys play his clips. I think he's hysterical. But I do think that's why he does it. He's hoping his clips get played. I have seen him ask tough questions of people of both parties. That's
he's
his
sharp.
thing. Yeah. Or his staff is sharp. Although, he's sharp too, because even when the reporters catch him, he's able to come up with something really witty.
So apparently Blanche fended off some questions. I'm looking at Politico handling, talking about Jeffrey Epstein files at the confirmation hearing, which continues on this morning. This is the Senate Judiciary Committee. And so he said the quote is, when it comes to victims of this horrible man, we will never talk to victims.
I think I have that here if you want that.
Also received outreach concerning the department's handling of the investigation and release of Epstein
It's the
files.
voice of Grassley.
And your role in it. Some allegations include problematic redactions, insufficient effort to follow investigative leads, a refusal to meet with victims, and questions regarding the transfer of Maxwell to lower security prison. I wanted you to take the opportunity to respond to these allegations. What would you like this committee to know regarding these files?
When President Trump signed the Epstein Transparency Act, the Department of Justice undertook a Herculean task to review millions and millions of potentially responsive files. We were required under the statute to do this expeditiously and very quickly. The Department of Justice did so. We reviewed over 6 million pages. Many of these pages were not responsive. And what I mean by that is we intentionally over-collected potentially responsive documents. So for example, there was a case going on in Florida at the same time as the Jeffrey Epstein case involving another defendant named Epstein, having nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. When we collected materials, we collected everything involving Epstein, including the Epstein that had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. So the review of materials included non-responsive materials. The reviewers were qualified, experienced attorneys within the department and the FBI. They took pains to apply appropriate redactions. There were mistakes that were made, and so approximately 1% of the redactions had to be fixed after we released the Epstein files. Chairman, we had dozens of lawyers on call 24/7 whenever we learned that any victim's name had been improperly not redacted. We immediately took the document down and fixed it as soon as we could. That doesn't excuse the mistakes of which I take responsibility, but it does mean that we tried to fix them. We complied with the act. It required us complying with judges' rules in New York, which required us to redact certain victims' names, even if the victim was also somebody who participated in criminal conduct. The judge did not allow, judges in New York did not allow us to unredact those names. The other thing that we did, Chairman, is we made unredacted versions of the entire database available to everybody in this body. And we did that because of transparency. Remember, for 4 years, there wasn't a peep about Jeffrey Epstein. the Biden administration did nothing to be transparent about the Epstein case. We have been extraordinarily transparent in not only producing the records, but letting unredacted versions be available to anybody in this body. And if, after reviewing unredacted materials, a member had concerns about why something was redacted, they brought them to the department's attention, and we addressed that. So I want to make sure the American people know that this administration, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, has been more transparent than any past administration, than Biden was or anybody else. And what we did is we complied with the law. And if we learn a new material, we will most certainly review it and make it available. When it comes to the victims of this horrible man.
That was a great answer.
We will never.
I appreciate that answer.
Listen.
Never not talk to victims. We will never not do everything we can to prosecute anybody that committed any crimes against any of these women. So that narrative is false. We have spoken with over 30 representatives of dozens and dozens of victims.
I just wanted to get that last part in, sorry.
If they're here today, I would encourage them or their lawyers to meet with the FBI.
Because he's not allowed to meet with them. Is that correct?
There are no closed
investigations. He can't meet with them individually?
If we learn today.
Because they have their attorneys.
Right.
So I think he does reference that he's not allowed for whatever reasons. I think there are multiple reasons, but they have attorneys who would need to be present.
About 30 seconds left on the clip. You want that?
Well, you know what I want to get to real quick here, so Cornyn, and this is interesting. So Cornyn, ironically, maybe doing everybody a favor by getting off Epstein, but he's talking about the anti-weaponization fund. So that's the latest.
I believe you have said that the weaponization fund is a moot issue. Is that your position?
Yes, it is a moot issue, meaning there is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Well, I would refer you to the settlement agreement. Do you happen to have a copy of that in front of you?
I do not.
Okay,
Senator.
well, you probably know what's in it.
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
So in that one, Cornyn is, obviously Texas and critical, very critical here, critical vote needed for Blanche's Attorney General nomination to advance here. And so in this one, bringing up this so-called the weaponization fund, the anti-weaponization fund, remember that we talked about it. I guess the bottom line on it was that he said that although it's moot or dead, it still remains a, quote, enforceable document. Does this conversation with the anti-weaponization fund, what do you think of that, Linda? It brings up another narrative that they probably don't want out there, but in that one, was that a bad answer, a good answer, enforceable document?
I guess he's saying that it's still a court document, so it could still be in effect. I think that's what he's trying to say. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, because they obviously decided, it became problematic, right?
Political hot potato,
yeah.
to say the least.
Another one.
Yeah.
But they still did agree that in the settlement, and this was the whole thing was, it was the weaponization of government against President Trump. That's always, they never put that in the story, which is always bizarre, right? The whole reason that they had it was because they had to admit the IRS and, the government in the previous administration weaponized itself against President Trump and his family. But I think that the stickler here, the settlement, it was modified that it would just, so Trump was just trying not to take the money, basically, which he could have. He could have just pocketed the cash, but then they said they would settle and they would agree that they would not basically harass anybody in the Trump family with regard to the IRS coming after them.
Yeah, and the issue is that collusion, and collusion is when two parties who are supposed to be adverse are basically cooperating to get to some type of a result, and that result is inappropriate. So was because Trump was involved and it was his Justice Department, was there improper collusion in reaching that, and was it unfair? And that's why it became such a political hot potato.
So this continues. We want to get to some other issues, though, with Linda Kearns. Great election integrity.
And I'm sure Dan will, comment on people's appearances.
Uh-oh.
Well, especially yours. James Moore, 2402, says, Linda looking cute. Just saying.
Just saying.
Hey,
cute Linda.
That the guy in Dubai?
Uh-oh. And what did Linda make for us?
Yes.
So
in my quest,
it's a tease.
In my quest to, help with my stress.
Okay.
My new project.
So how does cute Linda de-stress? During her evenings, doing her prep.
And apparently I need new parents because my mom's putting me off.
Uh-oh.
You need new parents.
But do you need a new roof? If so, have you looked at your roof lately? If not, don't wait until fall. Once the cooler weather, and this is true, once the cooler weather sets in, the storms arrive, small roofing issues can very quickly become big, expensive issues, right? And repairs. So that's why right now it's the perfect time. Protect your home and save big time. So through the end of this month, through July 31st, my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they're offering 25% off a brand new roof. That's huge, 25% off. Chapman, I trust them. You know that I've been a customer, if you will, with Chapman for more than a decade. They are a GAF Certified Plus contractor. What does that mean? They can actually offer enhanced warranty protection most roofing companies simply cannot do. So if you've been thinking about this, replacing your roof, right now's the time. Beat the fall rush, lock in your savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule your free consultation. Get it on the calendar, or just you can visit them. I love the before and after photos. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends July 31st. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union.
An extreme heat warning remains in effect through the rest of today. We'll have hazy sunshine, very hot and humid with a high near 100, but it'll feel like more than 105 with the humidity. For tonight, partly cloudy and humid, some areas of smoke due to the Canadian wildfires. Low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot day on Thursday with areas of smoke, not as humid, with a high 96.
Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay and free fraud and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Kia of CherryHill.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new gas-sipping Kia. Get up to 53 miles per gallon on our huge selection of K4s, K5s, Seltos, Sportage Hybrids, Sorrentos, and more. And with MSRP starting under $25,000, anyone can afford to start saving money at the pump today. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
With the high price of new and used cars today,
Many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement. Yeah.
President Trump, teasing us with his primetime address tomorrow evening, saying it's going to be big. And, well, it sounds like it'll be from the Oval. It'll be tomorrow night, 9 p.m. The Washington Post, I mean, everybody obviously speculating, Linda Kearns, on what this is, whether it's Iran, whether it's the Save America Act. But there are multiple reports, New York Times, Washington Post, I mean, pretty much everybody speculating and talking about the fact that he'll use this primetime address to, quote, use findings from re-examined government files to argue the country's election infrastructure has vulnerabilities. And that's a quote from the Washington Post today. So what do you've worked so hard. I mean, I'm not alone in saying there are a ton of people who are in the know who say Linda Kearns was highly instrumental in making sure that the last election where President Trump won was with the help of our great election integrity attorney, Linda Kearns, because you made sure it was honest. You made sure that everybody was properly trained and briefed and that we had the full election integrity that we needed for an election. I know that's your thing. So what does it do when you hear that line in the headlines that perhaps he'll talk about our vulnerabilities with regard to election infrastructure?
Well, look, Dawn, every system is vulnerable. So, I mean, nothing is ever going to be perfect, especially in a country like the United States where we have 50 separate states and each state has all their separate counties administering the elections. There's going to be cracks in the system, but that the way that it's spread out like that, that's the genius of it. If I wanted to influence the next presidential election, I couldn't just go into one database and just change the votes because it's down to each election district is compiling the votes. I would have to infiltrate many different election districts, many different counties, and in many different states. And that's the beauty of the system. That's also the frustration of the system, the frustration of the system, because if you want to infiltrate, you can't find that one central spot. And the frustration, though, is that how can we make changes for the better? In other words, if the federal government says, all right, let's make sure everybody asks for voter ID, but every single state has a different way in which they process voter registrations, in different systems, that's a little bit more difficult to implement on the entire country level. So I'd be interested to hear what he has to say. I'm sure there are some vulnerabilities, but vulnerabilities to the point where it could absolutely change, a national election, I'd like to hear.
Now, I think the New York Times and at least the Washington Post, what they're saying is that perhaps insiders are saying that President Trump will highlight claims that China accessed U.S. voter data.
Well, I can access voter data. I can buy the entire voter roll of Pennsylvania today. I could do it while we're on air for $20. And Dawn, I could then tell you or any listener that calls in what their name, what their address is, when they registered to vote, and what their voter history is, not who they voted for, but in what elections they voted. So sure, voter data is absolutely public information. Now, each state, though, has different laws on that. Pennsylvania, you can buy it for $20. Some states you don't have to pay at all. Some states charge a lot more money. Some states have a few more hoops. So I'd like to hear more than, they can access voter data, because voter data is public, and it's public for a reason. It's so that when candidates run, for many reasons, but one of them is so when candidates run, they can find the people and direct their advertisements and their claims about why they should be elected right to the voter.
I do wonder, because we've had a lot of action, and I've been just reporting in 6 a.m. news about Atlanta. And I know the FBI was there. That was the files, the Atlanta field office reviewing all those files, and Fulton County, Georgia. Here we go with what was her name, Fanny, with her zipper in the wrong spot. Remember that whole thing?
I mean, that's always going to be a state very close to President Trump's heart because of what happened in 2020. So I think that they're going to continue to be scrutinized.
But it sounds like they'll be talking about the Save America Act. So where are you on that? As far as, I know that you've said that it's not the end all be all, that it's not like this guarantee, but they haven't been able to get it done in the Senate. Do you think even psychologically it's important?
I appreciate that they're talking about this issue. They're talking about elections. They're talking about non-citizens on the voter rolls. I totally appreciate that we're talking about that. I think it's the implementation that I'm a little bit concerned about. And even if that law is passed by the federal government, I think the implementation, especially in smaller counties, it's going to be very, very difficult. And then what I fear as someone who was on the ground in 2024 is that some voters going to wander into their election office to fill out their mail, their ballot or early vote or whatever, and then say, I wasn't asked for ID, and then, or I wasn't asked to prove I'm a citizen, and then that's going to go viral on social media, and then everyone's going to say it's not getting followed, and then people aren't going to have trust in elections. I worry about that on a very granular level. So, and that can really be a problem, because if our voters stay home, it's going to be very difficult to win, because the Republican Party now needs not just the Republican voters, the people who show up every election. Mm-hmm. They need the people who might have registered Republican but don't show up every election. We need to convince them to show up. And then we also have to convince the independents, which are just a growing majority, or you could say the non-Republicans and Democrats, the people who are either independent or from other parties. We have to convince them, from the minor parties, we have to convince them to vote for us. So if people aren't trusting the elections, or if all these things are going around that, now this law is not being followed, we can't trust it. I think that could be difficult for the candidates.
Also want to get your reaction. You think about Butler, J 13th, 2 years ago. I remember, I just always think of then the Butler return after, it was so horrific. And, it was horrific, and obviously many tributes to Corey Comparator We have to think about, his widow, his daughters.
I know, his family.
And that's not said enough. But as well, then the following year when Elon Musk stood on the stage and it was this comeback to Butler and July 13th and fight and all of that. But Elon Musk in the headlines, even this morning within the past few hours, because Wisconsin, a commission is saying that Elon Musk likely violated their bribery laws because Elon was saying, most people got $100, but he was saying, somebody will get $1 million, et cetera, et cetera. What do you make of all that?
Well, it's one thing to say someone likely violated the law, and then another thing to actually convict the person. So, look, let them investigate. There is a fine line between incentivizing people to vote and actually paying them to vote. And when he came out with some of those things, I was just a little bit concerned.
You were?
Yeah. I don't think there's some kind of like a bad taste to that. Like, here, we'll pay you if you show up to vote. Because look, we Republicans howl at the thought of, the Democrats walking through Philadelphia and offering homeless people, some remuneration in order to register to vote or show up to vote. So it's, what's good for us has to be good for them. So I do get a little bit concerned, but I also know that he has just, armies of lawyers advising him. And I bet if you look at the fine print, he probably didn't actually violate the law.
Dan has questions.
Yeah, well, first off, the one that my wife often gets because she's all over social media, or why she quit recently.
Good.
But you are a critic of the Save America Act, but you see a lot on the left of fear-mongering that married women won't be able to vote. Can you explain that and discredit or confirm if that's true?
That's the problem with social media. They put out like one phrase and then it just keeps getting repeated.
Because we're so stupid. You could be the smartest woman in the world. You could be a CEO, but the minute you get married, you become an idiot. Well, I guess that's what Democrats believe.
I think the issue is that the way the Save America Act is drafted, it puts the burden on the voter to prove that they're a citizen. So you have to go in and prove you're a citizen. So how would I prove I'm a citizen? I was thinking about this. Well, I have a birth certificate that shows I was born in Pennsylvania, and I also now have a passport. So I can definitely prove I'm a citizen. Now, if I was married and I was not, I didn't change maybe I changed my driver's license, but I didn't change my social security card, then my documents wouldn't match. And then if I walked into a voter office to try to prove I'm a citizen and my driver's license didn't match my birth certificate, and which my birth certificate proves I was born here, but my driver's license has a different name, would they say, okay, well, this isn't enough proof that you're a citizen, so we're not going to let you vote? Now, first of all, that is not something that's going to happen very frequently because most women, I think, do all the paperwork appropriately because it can have repercussions otherwise. Like you have to match it in order to, get your passport and so forth. So it's not going to affect every woman. But I do think that there's validity in saying, look, the government already has information on who's citizens and who's not. So maybe the law should be written that you put a little more burden on the government and less on the citizen, because that's where we get down to how are we going to administer this? And I just remember in 2024 how hard we worked to get people to vote, to either fill out a mail-in ballot, to show up on election day, or to, go to their election office to fill out a ballot at the election office. And to put another burden on them and saying, by the way, go find your birth certificate and go in and prove you're a citizen. That, to me, that's like an administration nightmare. And that's why I think that these laws would be better written if the burden was a little bit more on the government, because the government, for the most part, already has that information. So it should be a hybrid of, well, the government already has it, and then the citizen may have to prove if there's some issue with the records.
But I think part of the problem is, I will say this, that I think there are people who it's easy to get the ID from a state, because there are ways to be a non-citizen, get the ID, and then you can go online or whatever and you can register to vote. And that nobody's going to ask you, because it's like they're not allowed to ask you. Nobody's going to ask you for ID. The thought that you'll get busted and then you could even get deported, I think that is a deterrent. I think that's, to me personally, I think that's what's going on.
Well,
I
that
think
deterrent is already there, because I know I've done a lot of this voter roll work, and when we asked for the information from Pennsylvania and other states, what we find, because it's not always easy to find the actual instances where the government actively remove non-citizens, but what we find a lot is the non-citizens removing themselves, because they are here and for some way they got on the voter rolls, probably because of the Democrats' insistence in these laws that every time you touch a government office, you be offered the opportunity to register to vote. So if you're a non-citizen and you don't speak the language that well, and you're in a government office, whether to get benefits or to get your a driver's license or to get some type of a housing voucher or whatever the government is giving away, and you're also said, hey, here, do you want to register to vote? Most of those people are going to say yes, because they're in a government office and they think that they're supposed to. Then what happens is when they actually do want to become a citizen, when their immigration lawyer looks through their files, they say, hold on a second, you're not supposed to be registered to vote. You better write to the registration office and say, I did this by accident. I shouldn't be on the voter rolls. And I've seen a lot of that. So some of it is intentional. Some of it is not. And that's why we have to clean up the administration part of it. And this goes back to when the federal government back in the 90s said everybody who shows up for a driver's license automatically has to be told that they're going to, that they have the opportunity to register to vote. Why are we doing that? Why are we saying every time you touch government, you have to be given that opportunity? I think I'm a big believer in making registration available, but not to kind of force it down people's throats. But Democrats know that that's how they can swell the voter rolls and get more of their voters on the voter rolls.
By the way, one of the headlines, Pennsylvania Secretary, this is Al Schmidt, responding to the Trump administration's threat of criminal charges over non-citizen voters. So he says it takes voter list maintenance seriously and highlights the work PA election officials already do. So he as well is pushing back on DOJ sending those 50 letters. I think we talked about that last week,
yeah,
right?
I mean, look, I think the DOJ has the right to get that information, just like anyone has the right to get voter roll information. I think that they may be asking for things that puts the state in a little bit of a difficult position. For example, there's a law that protects driver's license material, driver's license records. I don't know if people are old enough to remember. There was a show on TV called My Sister Sam. It was Pam Dauber and a young girl, a young actress. And I don't remember what the show was about, some type of a sitcom. But some deranged stalker found that young actress, I don't remember her name, by just getting her driver's license information, which was public. And they went to her house and basically shot her. And ever since then, there's been laws implemented to protect driver license information so that information is not public. The problem is a lot of that information is very similar to what's on the voter rolls, and a lot of states rely on driver's license information to kind of check on people. That's one of the ways here in Pennsylvania when you register to vote, or ask for a mail ballot, that you prove your identity with the last couple numbers of your last 5 numbers of your driver's license number. So that's where some of these requests can get a little bit iffy, because if the government, if someone is then saying, okay, Pennsylvania, turn over all of your information, and Pennsylvania says, well, okay, hold on a second, I can turn over some of it, but I can't turn over the numbers of the driver's license. And I think that they're right on that. The problem is somebody like Al Schmidt just says, I'm not turning over anything. So why can't we all get together and say, look, there are certain things I admit are absolutely public, and I'll turn them all over. Or, by the way, you can just buy them for $20 on the Secretary of State website. Wow. But it's turned into, no, I'm not giving you anything. And it's turned into, the opportunity for Al Schmidt to just grandstand and then act like he's, well, not act like it, but say, oh, I'm doing this on behalf of the Shapiro administration, knowing that that's reaching the Shapiro voters because Shapiro's up for election. So it all turns into just a lot of performance art when at the end of the day, don't we all have the same, goal to make sure our voter rolls don't have non-citizens on them? I mean,
we should.
Yeah, we absolutely should.
But I think some are incentivized otherwise.
Yeah.
Anyway, I know Dan is wrapping me up a little bit, but so Linda, who recently took up crocheting, this is what she made, which is shows you how talented she is. So she made, it's like a hair thing.
Let's just remind though, or tell the audience
Look how
that I
beautiful this
send
is.
Dan pictures of what I make, and he gets hysterical laughing at
Why?
some of my creations. Well, when my hat kind of went awry, Dan
I am not critical at all.
He just couldn't help making fun of me. Even though
Did I ever show the hat on air?
the hat did go awry. It just
This is really pretty.
Yeah,
And you made one for Maisie?
Yeah, and one for Dan's
wife?
wife. Not for Dan, because Dan is not nice to me. But yeah, no.
Thank you,
so I
Linda.
learned how to crochet a scrunchie, and I learned how to crochet a granny
that.
square. And when I sent the picture of the granny square to Dan, his response was, "It's almost a square." And I thought, Dan, can't you just come out with like a full-on compliment, like, "Hey, great job, Linda."
That's amazing.
What did I say after that, though?
Better than I could do.
Yes.
But my benchmark is not, to be better than Dan or worse than Dan. I'm just, and I told you, Dawn, that, I think that our phones have just become such a crutch, and it's so easy to look at your phone. And I find that if I'm crocheting, I'm not looking at the phone. Because, even on Sunday when I woke up and you found out that Lindsey Graham died, which was just very upsetting on many levels. His relative youth. I mean, he was 71 years old. The suddenness of it, and the loss of a statesman. It was. What are you laughing at, Dan? Oh, my hat. Okay.
Sorry, he wasn't laughing at what she was saying. He
No, it's
wasn't.
not Lindsey Graham. That was really bad timing.
No.
Yeah, sorry, Lindsey.
Dan
I
has my
apologize.
hat up
I
on
apologize
YouTube, and you
for-
can see it went awry. It's
adorable.
not supposed to be.
Sorry,
An adorable
Lindsey.
red
well,
hat.
ask for this.
I took it
Poor
back to my
Lindsay.
teacher, and she basically pulled the whole thing out. So I am working on that, and once I fix it, I will bring it in. But
that is talent.
But when I
comparison to the character from Fat Albert.
That's what my brothers do. No, but when I woke up to the news of Lindsey Graham, which was very upsetting, my mom texted me and said, "Did you see what all these horrible people are writing online?" And I wrote back, "Dan, I'm trying to say something serious, and you're putting funny stuff up." But I said to my mom, "No, I didn't see what people are writing about Lindsey Graham because I don't look at that. It's unhealthy to look at all that." So
And she's like, "Oh, you're no fun."
I didn't ask for this.
All right, now Dan is putting up that my hat looks like the character from Fat Albert, which is what my brothers said. They
what
were
your brothers
howling in laughter at my hat.
You guys are not
I know,
nice.
no one is nice. And then, my brother's like, "We better not be getting that for Christmas."
No, for Christmas, Linda's making you. What's your brother's name? Michael? Is it Mike?
Timothy and Kevin.
Timothy and Kevin. Kevin. All right. She's actually making you guys. It's a crocheted male thong underwear. That's what she's making you. So there.
Banana hammock.
You should. Now you have to. Linda, thank you.
I love being here. I love talking
love
about
you.
current events. I love, hopefully, sometimes too, taking the listeners' mind off of all these
Yes.
current events with some of the lighter stuff, like my crocheting and my inability to even do the hat. But I am going to work on the hat, and I'll bring, if I can fix it, I'll bring it in and I'll show you.
We would love to see it.
And I want to hear
Dan
how
will
the
model
scrunchies
it.
are. Yeah.
Yes. Linda Kearns.
And we have the great Dom Giordano next.
We
right?
do. Dom Giordano. And he had a blast. He was at the All-Star event with Henry broadcasting live. I don't know. Where's Dom today?
Oh, I was getting texts from people from other parts of the country saying that the Philly fans were booing anybody who wasn't a Philly. And I say, absolutely. That's completely on brand. I would not expect anything different.
So much fun.
Because we're Philly.
We are Philly. Linda Kearns, thank you, my friend. Dan Borowski, you're the best. Dom Giordano Show is right now.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Make growing your savings part of your summer plans. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 15-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Or choose an 18-month option and earn 3.6% annual percentage yield. Explore all your options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Glad to be back in studio. There's nothing like terra firma here. Boy, do we have a lot of great stuff. I have a tweet from Mike Johnson on this ongoing theme, and I have some sound shortly of Speaker Johnson talking about all these little mandanis across the country, actual words, and we're not going to have it. Our parents or grandparents, he said, fought communism overseas and around the world. We're going to fight it here. Yes, he's listening to the show. Exactly where they should go. That's exactly where this should happen. Also, I haven't listened to it intentionally. You know how my thoughts are for the great Patti LaBelle, but boy, a lot of people attacking the national anthem. We'll play that for you, and then live, I'll tell you what I think. It's not a good idea ever to riff on the national anthem. I'm not sure if she forgot some of the words or not in there and had to riff away from them. But in your hometown, New York Post even picked up on it. Wanted to start, though, with just a quick situation here where President Trump now, look, Tom Homan, maybe internally, rather than making a proclamation that ICE is not going to do traffic stops for now, President Trump overriding that and saying, yes, they are. I think that Homan was more right. Homan is going all out to keep the numbers up. We know how gargantuan the task is due to what Joe Biden did. But he recognizes, as he did in Minnesota with Kristi Noem and Bovino, that we're out of control. If ICE is going to fulfill its mission, we have to win hearts and minds with this. they have to play to a different standard because of the rats in the media. And until he clears up the car stop thing, I think he was right to lower the temperature with it. President Trump, I guess, wants to send a message to the base that, yes, they are on board with deporting people that are here illegally, and I get that. But the car stop, like the one in Maine, these guys, many of them are going to take off, maybe at high speed. If you have a fix on them, it's better to raid them, grab them when they come out the door. Worst case, follow them, get them at a place of work, and maybe get some more. So I'm solidly on the camp of Tom Homan in this. Now, we've been talking for a while about what's the card. Republicans have everything in the world going for them in the midterms, other than historically the party in power and all that stuff. Mike Johnson, I'm going to play you what he just said, and I think he gets it, and I think this is where he's going. In a tweet today, Johnson said, "For generations, our nation faced the threat of communism overseas. Today, that same extreme Marxist ideology is being championed in our own backyard by the Democratic Party. We refuse to let mini communist mandanis take over the greatest nation in the history of the world. House Republicans are ready for this fight." Now, we've talked about this when we had them on. What will be the overarching theme? I think this is a hell of a theme. This is where I would go. Now, I'm an extremist on this, I'll admit. I saw that the baseball commissioner with the All-Star game here, Henry was at it. We'll get a report on that later. Hard after the home run derby to do too much. But they started talking about what's going to happen in 2027 with a new collective bargaining agreement. And for the first time ever, the owners, at least on paper for now, because President Trump is all on board with this, want a salary cap. Salary cap to me is not American. I despise some of these pro athletes, but I'm all about all of us not being restrained from being able to earn whatever we want to earn. And I'm tired of things like salary caps. President Trump weighed in. He doesn't get it either. He's all about the salary cap. How are you going to have a league without a salary cap? That's un-American to me. It definitely is. I'm tired of the excuse. So I'm an extremist when it comes to communism, socialism. I realize it's not the means of production. It's not that kind of socialism. But it really is, technically, socialism. I don't like the NFL draft. Maybe I'm an extra. You wouldn't have the league then. Okay. All right. That aside, here is Mike Johnson. Now, is this a winning message? Immediately, I can give you evidence it is because the media has gone wild. How dare you say communist? How dare you say Marxist? Don't say Marxist. Say dirty commies. That's the phrase we ought to be using. It works. It's true. They are communist. Here's Mike Johnson laying it out.
It's in their platform. They want to remove the carceral state, they said. No prisons. They don't want to fund the police. This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand. These crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country, they are a danger to you and your family. This is not a game. If they promise you free stuff, there is far more beneath those promises that even some of these people do not understand themselves. And so we are here as the Republican Party to stand on the founding principles of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is our duty to do that. And we're doing it on behalf of all of you, even the journalists who don't agree with our policies all the time.
Nice.
You better agree on these principles, because it's what keeps you free. By the way, it's what keeps the press free, okay?
Nicer.
This is essential for your well-being and your family. This is not a game. This is not our father's Democrat Party. We're not arguing over marginal tax rates anymore. We're arguing over whether or not freedom is going to survive. And that's why we're so serious about this.
All right, so notice all the things he put in here, even bringing the so-called journalists into this and telling them, hey, what do you think they're going to do to you? Notice what else he said. They'll promise free stuff. That's what the calling card is. Under the guise, affordability, free stuff, all these billionaires. but it's a lot deeper than that. The DAS, we're still trying to go on, even the local one, the DAS leader, every president has been super evil. Michelle Brangen, the national political coordinator, this morning, every president has been super evil. Even Obama? Oh, yeah, even Obama. So there's fodder here. What else do Republicans have? If I'm sitting here with Johnson, tell me, what else do they have that has this type of power? Now, some of these won't have the heart for it. They're not going to call it out as communism. That's laughable. Probably Brian Fitzpatrick is one. But my advice is roll with this. And every time they do it, and every time they enable it, every time they're connected with it, roll with it. Johnson is all in. You heard what he just said. He hit every note there. And I think that's exactly the way to go. All right, let me give you the phone lines, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Was contacted by Dr. Oz this morning. He'll be here at 1230 asking to come on. The amount of fraud they have found, pushing that envelope, he's got a lot to report on that. Also, his advice, medical advice, post Lindsey Graham has been out there. And I'll ask him what else do they have cooking up that's coming up here. Here is, before I give you the side question, we have to play this out throughout the show. It's so rich and sound. This is cut 5. Here are 2 guys who are the deans of major medical schools, one in Illinois, and they're being asked by a woman who is Mary Miller, I believe. I haven't seen her before, a congresswoman who's very direct, very assertive, but doesn't flip out or anything, just keeps pressing on this issue with these 2 guys about, hey, can you tell us about, is this a male, is this a female? Can you get pregnant if you're not a biological female? This testimony is an indictment of what they're doing in medical schools. So here's a guy named Dr. Hawgood, asked if non-biological females ever have children, cut A.
Also troubling, Dr. Benedetti, it appears that DEI has not left UICM. On your school's About page, clear as day, it says, and I quote, "At the University of Illinois College of Medicine, we are committed to diversity and inclusion. We have a number of programs and initiatives in place to promote diversity and inclusion." It's clear that UICM is just hiding the fact that DEI is still its core mission. Dr. Haygood, UCSF's classroom guide titled Framework for Gender and Sex Concepts in Teaching advises against using the term pregnant women. Instead, it says to use pregnant people. Who are pregnant people compared to pregnant women? Just curious.
So that is a part of a curriculum to help our students who are facing a wide diversity of patients. Of course, the vast majority of pregnancies are in women, and I have absolutely no problem with using the word pregnant women. I use it myself.
Has a non-biological woman ever had a baby?
A transgender person can.
That's not a biological woman. Has a non-biological woman ever had a baby?
I would reiterate, we take care of transgender patients.
Dr.
All right, we'll play more of this. It is maddening. And then you're under a time restraint, and these morons keep going down the same path here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hero of the day, Mike Johnson. I got to get him on. I got to play this out. Just let him go full bore on this. Finally, I think Republicans have seized upon something. These mini Mondanis called him out across the country. You know, if I get a contact to him, I'd say, and I'll help you organize, get squads of these people who lived in these countries, particularly if they have an accent. If you missed yesterday's show, we played you this woman, Denise from Haiti, telling one of these guys on C-SPAN, no, you're not going to do that here. This is exactly who they are. They either enable it or they're part of it. It doesn't matter either way. That's the Democrat Party. Go after this issue. Of course, you can talk about the other issues. Make Mondani the face of this, though. And the DSA. Get a few of these nitwits out there. Give them more play. Get them to feel people are listening to them. All right, the side question. By the way, I already got the side question in my mind for tomorrow. I read a story today how cigarettes are making a huge comeback as a prop, as glamorous. And I was just flipping through the channels last night and watching how many women smoked back in the day. You know, like these old, it's just stunning. It was almost on parity, it seemed, with men. So be ready tomorrow, something associated, person, place, thing, you know the drill, with cigarettes. But today, the Rocky statue, and there's a new film coming out in November that I just saw on Twitter.
So did I.
I Play Rocky, which is awfully, seems like you're squeezing the juice here of Sylvester Stallone a little too much. I don't know who Anthony Ippolito is. Is that some star I've missed?
No, I'm not familiar with
Yeah, yeah. I thought he was a guy in South Philly that I knew. Epiphany Ippolito or something. Something like that. All right. So, Rocky's still in the news. The statue, the whole Rocky thing coming our way again. This is Henry's creation. We are looking, in your view, hit us with a fictional character that you would like to see have a statue like Rocky does. Rocky's the most prominent, probably. So I started Googling on this just to see, were people talking about this, and Reddit and other places, there were thousands and thousands of people debating or suggesting coming off the Rocky thing. The one I liked, it's not the most overwhelming, maybe first name, but I love the character. Atticus Finch, stand up. Your dad is walking, your father's walking through. I love that film. When the witness screams out, a shiffer rope. I didn't know what a shiffer rope was. I thought there was rope involved in something. It's this French dresser, and she screams it out. So Atticus Finch, I'd like to see. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'm going to take a few off the board here first to start. So obviously last night, All-Star game. The basis of the question is based off the Rocky statue. And, you know, we do have a statue here of Nick Foles for that great season or playoff run he gave for us.
He is a fictional character. He only appears at various times. He's mediocre, and then suddenly pixie dust is on him, and he goes again. Yeah.
So, speaking of someone with pixie dust on him, I'd be remiss if I didn't combine all three of those elements, and if New York City didn't erect a statue of the greatest hitter to ever play in New York Knights hitter, Roy Hobbs.
Yeah, Roy Hobbs, the great
Roy Hobbs, who obviously hit that legendary home run.
And pitcher also,
and pitched, and, hit that home run off the lights to beat the Pirates in that playoff game. You know, it doesn't get much bigger than that. And then I just watched the movie Project Hail Mary the other night, and it was a very good movie. Definitely do recommend. But I got to nominate Ryland Grace, the main character, played by Ryan Gosling. He goes from a disgraced scientist to a middle school teacher to someone who saves the universe from aphasia, which is a kind of organism that is eating the sunlight out of our sun, and he's the one to solve it and fix it. And he should definitely get a statue on Earth for saving Earth in the year 2032. And you know what? Again, last night at the game, the America the Beautiful ceremony at the end of the sixth inning, I believe it was.
Ray Charles.
With Ray Charles, and the kids riding on the sandlot got me emotional, got me a little patriotic. So why not have a fake Revolutionary War hero in Benjamin Martin from The Patriot?
Ah, that's a pretty good one. Yes, that's
Henry's going deep.
Oh yeah, I'm in my bag.
Yeah. All right, Kirk, how about yours?
I'm surprised that this one fictional character, being America, wasn't not even recognized. How about Superman?
Yeah.
Superman.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, come on. Superman 1, 2, 3.
Turn back time.
Exactly right. So I'm going with Superman as my fictional character should be a statue.
Yeah, and it's just a pair of glasses that keeps him from being Clark Kent.
Exactly right. Yep.
855-839-1210. You got the side question. You can tell me, do you think this is effective? What Mike Johnson clearly each day, you hear him now, he's hearing his voice, these mini Mondanis. That's good. Name a few of these others. Get some of these people who fled communist countries. Oh, by the way, coming up, I know it's wild tomorrow night. We know the president's going to talk about voter integrity. There is a figure, not fictional, that is going to be brought up, I'm told, as somebody who knows about fixing elections, a foreign person that we may or may not have kidnapped from his lair. Okay? Oh, yeah, that might be coming tomorrow night. I'm giving you a preview. Dr. Oz. He must be on to something. He texted, he'd like to come on today. He's here at 12:30 today. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Hi, we need to fill a big space on our wall.
Something that says, wow.
Oh, of course. Our showroom is full of all styles of artwork and decor pieces. And some of our items have even been featured on the big screen and in TV shows.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pretty cool, right? So when you're looking for a stunning piece of art, Bucks County Estate Traders has the selection and variety.
And I see your inventory is online.
Oh, it sure is, along with the size and price, so you can measure the space and browse at your leisure. It's all at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Fictional character, who should get a statue? It's all in the call. Hit us with that. Get in early on that. Also, tomorrow night when the president speaks, there's starting to be this current And again, if it goes this way, look, this idea, this is going to get us the SAVE Act because the president's going to say something about illegal voting one way or the other. Well, if it's about illegals voting, and that's why we need to save, if it's something like that, and if it's tied together rather than just throwing stuff out there, I'm interested. I think that's good. If it's just throwing stuff out there, back to 2020, it's another distraction. We got something here with Mike Johnson and what he's talking. I believe in this because it's true. These are communists. Now, Cory Booker is not a communist. He's a dope. We know that. But he's an enabler of them. Josh Shapiro is an enabler of them. That's how we play this. But apparently, the rumors surfacing, the president will bring up Maduro, who we have in captivity, and that Venezuela was behind trying to do something to the voting machines. Now, with all due respect to Candace Owens, and these others, look at this backward country sitting on top of oil. Just look at them. And they're masterminding, interfering in our elections. That was out there as a crazy conspiracy. Look, in 2020, the stuff that we saw, the nonsense here with the Secretary of State, quarterbacking, ballots coming in late, and all that, there were real things to tighten up. Linda Kearns talks about this explicitly that are still there, forcing them to clean up the voter rolls, putting them in jail if we have to. I'm all on board with that. But this wild stuff, Maduro, well, we got him in captivity. He might say anything. Oh, yeah. Joe Biden didn't win. I made Joe Biden president. Maduro. Come on. So we'll see if that plays out. Now, a little bit later today, we have Progressive Women Gone Wild. I was shocked when I saw this morning. We have the sidekick of that Jennifer Welsh, the woman who is the worst of these miserable, angry women, actually speaking. And she's every bit as profane and stupid and wound up. She hates homeschooling parents. You know, there's an itch here with these people. They hate anything that's outside their little bubble of dictation to the rest of us. So we'll play that for you a little bit later. But here is Representative Gwen Moore, rocket scientist of the day. Gwen Moore, every time you see her, she needs more airtime. By the way, real good listener of the show said to me, no, I don't think the DSA, Democrat Socialist of America, should get time on your show or on Fox or whatever. Are you kidding me? I'm not saying you roll them out there and you just let them talk and say nonsense. Every syllable gets challenged. They can't stand up to this.
We've had some correspondence on that regard, so
hopefully
good. Soon.
Local or national?
Local.
Good. Local's even better. Maybe in studio. Maybe at Mulligan's. No, just kidding. Well, you know, I don't know if I can appear at Mulligan's. He sounds like he's a capitalist. Hey, by the way, I bet they're on board, Henry. One of my questions will be, are you on board with the salary cap? Oh, man.
Oh, that'd be a good one.
I love tweaking conservatives by mentioning the sports thing. I do, because I just don't want to restrain anything in any way, shape, or form from people earning a living. Well, come on, Dom. Some of these guys are being paid $70 million. Well, I'm not saying you should pay them $70 million, but if you're paying them $70 million and somebody wants to pay me $80 million, I might take the $80 million. Wouldn't you? Yeah, but then you won't have a leg. We'll see. Okay. Here is Gwen Moore. She represents some of the dopiest voters imaginable. And Gwen Moore tells us, why are we going after these illegals? If you're an American citizen, you have a much better chance of being killed by an American than you do by someone here illegally. Listen to this.
I just want to make one other point.
Yeah.
Immigrants are less likely to murder people than other American citizens. If you're worried about being murdered, and I don't want to be murdered, but you're much more likely to be murdered by, you know, an ex-spouse that's mad at you, you know, somebody who you fired from a job. You're much more likely to be killed by another American than you are an immigrant. Just saying.
Just saying, you dope. All right, how many times have we been through this? They want to tell us they commit fewer crimes. Untrue, because every one of them has committed a crime, and they probably have done it multiple times, false identity, breaking into the country. 2, we can't prevent all spouses from wanting to kill the spouse. We should do a better job if we have red flags there. But we can prevent from having an illegal immigrant kill you. How do we do that? By keeping them out of the country, and if they get into the country, getting them out. This is what they get away with because no moderator, nobody challenges this to say, are you this crazed to try to make some dumb case about people here illegally not being a threat? And then we get into the statistics and all that. I've had John Lott on. We've had a breakdown of statistics. It's not true. Any number are committing violent crimes around the clock. Now, any number just came here. They're trying to escape economics and all that. But we can't handle all of it. But I do know this. We can't stop all drunk drivers, but we can stop people that are here illegally that are drunk drivers by not being here. Every time this happens, that's one that's unnecessary because they shouldn't be here. It's a pretty obvious thing. All right, Dr. Oz is next here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale event with savings up to 73% off. That's right. The season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 826-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. 800-262-5483 or online, res-q.com for 73% off today.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210wpht.com/rules.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com. TastyCakeAppliances.com. Tasty Cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunch boxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
An extreme heat warning remains in effect through the rest of today. We'll have hazy sunshine, very hot and humid with a high near 100, but it'll feel like more than 105 with the humidity. For tonight, partly cloudy and humid, some areas of smoke due to the Canadian wildfires. Low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot day on Thursday with areas of smoke, not as humid, with a high 96.
Feel the future of luxury with the all-new Infiniti QX65, where bold design meets effortless performance. Elevate every drive with advanced tech and refined comfort. Now available at Infiniti Westchester and Infiniti Ardmore.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. I don't know when he took this job if Dr. Oz thought that he would be, the fraud hunter of the universe. But that's a large part of what he does in addition to other great work. We're always honored to have Dr. Oz back with us in Philadelphia. Dr. Oz, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me as always, Dom.
So when you took this role, did you have an inkling of what you would be doing? I know cleaning up Medicaid or dealing with it to make it more effective, but my goodness, it's a full-time portfolio traveling around, chronicling all this fraud and cleaning it up.
It wasn't the number one goal that I had coming in, and I've tried to pursue all the other ones, including making sure we improve the quality of care for the American people. We make it easier to be healthy in America. That's the MAHA movement. Make it easier for Americans to have access to all their health information and some transparency so they can make wise decisions for themselves. But all of that starts getting hurt if we're losing $100 billion a year to fraud. And the reason that I wasn't as aware as I could have been is we weren't talking about it because it wasn't being focused on in the prior administration. And when I came in to this building where I'm sitting now, the Health and Human Services, I work next to Secretary Kennedy, and we started asking questions of folks here about what was going on in these different programs. And what I learned about the fraud area was that no one was caring about it because the goal, the metric of success was just enrolling more people into Medicaid or Obamacare or whatever it was. And that's admirable, right? You want to get the right people in these programs. But when you never actually double check to see if they're eligible or if fraudsters have begun to weaponize these efforts, which is what's happened, then you miss the boat. And so the fraud had gotten so out of hand, and the people who would normally would be doing that job in this agency had left because they were told not to do that work of making sure there's integrity in the program. And we ended up shorthanded without technology solutions. So we couldn't keep up with the fraudsters. And then here's the big deal, Dom. This is critical. Fraud during COVID taught multinational criminal organizations, sometimes funded by other governments, that they could steal from the federal government. Half of federal fraud is in healthcare because everyone walking around with a Medicare beneficiary number, your ID number, has a credit card basically, which is that number. And you can charge the federal government. We're here to help. So you need an electric wheelchair, we'll buy it for you. But if you don't need one and someone took your number and ordered one for you and never shipped it but pretended to, you can make $20,000. Imagine doing that hundreds of times a day and no one's watching because it would be mean to watch. And then the bigger story, Dom, came up, and this is really important for folks in Pennsylvania, in particular my home state. If you look at personal care services, these are services that your family would normally do for you for free, carrying groceries upstairs. Not a high-tech job. It beats unemployment. But if I'm hiring your kids, you're hiring my kids, and we're charging this to the federal government and to the local taxpayers because we split Medicaid, right? Roughly 1/3 paid by Pennsylvanians and 2/3 paid by the federal government. There's a lot of money to be made. And what's happening now in states like New York and Pennsylvania and California is you have this massive increase in the number of people who are being paid to do personal care services. And Dom, this is the most important thing I'm going to say in this interview. You have to ask yourself an important question. Is fraud a flaw or is it a feature if you're a governor? Now think about this. You're a governor of a state that's got a lot of unemployment. Let's say New York. And you've got all these people who, instead of being unemployed, can be hired to carry groceries upstairs or drive their neighbor around or whatever it might be. And now they're making, $15, $20 an hour. You can tax that money. You don't have to pay unemployment insurance because they now have a job from Medicaid. And then here's the part that really is going to drive you crazy. It's become a jobs program, but unions love that. So they come in and say, we're going to unionize these people and get them to have Medicaid pay the union dues. So now I can pay into political action committees and support candidates that support my ideas, which tends to be the Democrats. And so it's political patronage. And if you put this all together, it's a remarkably corrupt fraud system where the fraud is being supported by corruption in its very essence. The place is supposed to be watched.
That is something that should be out there all over the place, what you've just said. And I didn't know about the union part. And I know a lot about this, but you really have and I like how you keep on saying carry the groceries up store. That's the other shameful part of this. A lot of it is what a good kid would do for their grandmother or their whatever. That's happening. Pennsylvania now, Governor Shapiro's office, Dr. Oz, and maybe you're aware of this, they're complaining again about the Medicaid requirements, and you've been very big on this, how minimal they are, saying how many people, guys like you and President Trump, are going to kick off because of these odious requirements to get Medicaid in Pennsylvania.
Well, Dom, let's just ask a question to everyone listening right now. If you're working your tail off every single day and you get home and someone's sitting on your couch and has not left the couch since you've gone to work and made all the things you needed to do to make a living, and they say, what's for dinner? And by the way, I want free health insurance. Right? Wouldn't you say, you should say, did you try to get a job today? Or did you try to get educated? Or did you go volunteer? Did you make a difference in the world? Because you were put on this planet to have agency over your future. Literally what the president and Congress, and there's lots of good congressmen folk in Pennsylvania who voted for this, but they were all Republicans. But what they all said was you should have an obligation, if there's a opportunity for you to work, to do just that. Right? If you're able-bodied on Medicaid, which was not a thing, by the way. That was when Medicaid was created, that didn't cross anyone's mind. They didn't ban it because no one thought you'd ever do it. But during Obamacare, they just said, you know what, if you don't have the desire to work, even though you're able-bodied, you don't have to work. It's okay. We understand it's difficult. We'll pay for you. Well, what about the people who are paying taxes to give you free health insurance? So what the president and Congress said was, if you're able to work, you should try to work. And if you do try, and we'll help you get 20 hours half-time, you don't have to work all the time, half-time, or go get an education, or just go volunteer at a church or a food bank, do something that's worthy of your being here. But you know what? The average person who's able-bodied on Medicaid watches 6.1 hours of television a day or just hangs out. That's not good for them.
It is stunning. Do you, without tipping anything, I mean, we've seen the one time we had you on, it was Van Nuys. With the hospices there. We know about Minnesota, Columbus, Ohio. Is Philadelphia, in your view, a place, because it is in mine, living here all my life, and it's a one-party town where this type of corruption goes on, is this a place that deserves a lot of scrutiny around these issues?
Yes. There's Russian mafia involvement, we believe, in some of these programs. It's everywhere these days, but it's particularly in insular communities that have a cultural belief that it's okay to cheat the system. And so for that reason, they get along and they figure things out and they make good money doing it. And if the federal government is not willing to watch and not doing our job to policing this system, then they're going to keep taking advantage of it. And most importantly, we have to have the states working with us, not against us. Now, we have decertified just recently, last week, New York State's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. We're federalizing it. Why? Because we paid them a ton of money, and they didn't actually find fraud. We're spending 60% more money on Medicaid than 5 years ago. 60% more. So when we hear complaints about the fact that it's not adequately funded. I mean, come on, guys. How much more money do you have to put into the program? The money's being taken out as we put it in, and you have to stop that if it's not being taken out correctly. And we unfortunately have not taken this seriously until this administration. The reason the president appointed J.D. Vance as the lead of the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force is to make sure it was an all-of-government effort. It's not just one agency taking the lead. I have access to the bills because I send out almost $2 trillion from my agency, Medicare and Medicaid. We cover 170 million Americans. So we know where the money's going. We're going to stop sending the money out, which we stopped $42 billion from leaving the building last year because we thought it was being spent on fraud. Did not hear a lot of complaints. $42 billion. But if we have somebody that we're suspicious of, we do call the DOJ, Department of Justice, or FBI, or we get Treasury to help run the numbers. And guess what else we do? If you're stealing from Medicaid, guess who learns about you? The IRS. Because if you're willing to steal from our most vulnerable, reprehensibly taking advantage of our weakest, you probably aren't paying your taxes. But guess what? We know how much you stole, so we know how much you should have declared. So if we don't get you on the theft of the money from the government, we'll get you for not paying taxes on it. But one way or another, we're going to get you.
It does such good, Dr. Oz, I'm sure you know it, but I just want to reinforce it, to come on and drop some of the things you did today, because our listeners are all behind this, and you know that, and particularly what you're doing and what Kennedy's doing. They just need to know because the media doesn't cover it enough, and they ought to try to challenge you. They ought to, some of the things you've said today, they should debate you, challenge on this. You and Josh Shapiro together, I'd love to see Josh Shapiro. He couldn't stand up to this because the truth is there. One other area I wanted to ask you about, I saw you in several clips immediately after the death of Lindsey Graham, giving your advice as America's doctor, per se. What would you tell people happened here? We've had a chance to assess in any sense what men particularly, I guess, should be doing in this.
My friend Lindsey Graham, we believe, died of an aortic dissection, which means his aorta ruptured, it tore. And there are many things that you can do once it's torn, but most of them don't work. 30% of people die in the first day, 60% within 2 days. So it's tough. The best strategy is never have it tear in the first place. And the major reason that the tube tears is high pressure, high blood pressure, like a hose. Why does the hose burst? Too much pressure in it. So right now, listening to the Dom Giordano show, there are a lot of people who just got blood pressure that was elevated because of what we just talked about, because it's infuriating. Right? Dom does that. Dom raises my blood pressure when I'm in Philadelphia, especially if I'm in traffic. So, but the reality is, if you don't know your blood pressure, I'm going to assume it's high. You should too. It's so easy to check. Go to a drugstore, buy one of those little devices. By the way, those devices are great party favors. Next time you have friends over, just check blood pressures. That'll get it going. But right, people get going when they have high blood pressure. But if your pressure's high, usually lifestyle will help it a lot. Better sleep, a little less food, less alcohol, more exercise, spending time with friends. That's the kind of stuff that drops blood pressure. And then if that doesn't work, there's some very benign medications that can be used that can get the pressure down. But if the pressure's high all the time, it will wear the aorta out, rust it, and when it has little plaques in it, it's more likely to rupture. That's what we think happened to Senator Graham, and let's at least learn from the tragic loss of his life.
Absolutely. Dr. Oz, thank you again. Thanks for the great work. Very specific, too. I love talking with you on this stuff. Anytime we were here.
God bless, my friend. Take care.
All right. Dr. Oz here on Talk Radio 1210. And again, we're proud of they called us today. You heard some stuff here. He went out on the Russian mob. He talked about the union part of this, our union buddies. All part of this system here. How many times you watch a Sixers game is one that I can think of. You see a gazillion, you're going to be paid for taking the groceries, as he said, upstairs. Constantly they're out there. If they're constantly able to do that, all that money awash, watch a Sixers game the next time. I'm not sure if I see it on the Phillies as much. And you'll see this. And he mentioned it in a polite way, this insular world, these ethnic groups, the Somalis, the Russians, always the Russians. Always the Russians here in Philadelphia. Yeah. They believe it's the old country. That's what you do. We're cheating the government. We're fighting back. No, you're not. And maybe some might be here illegally on top of it, or more than some. I'd love to get your reaction to that. Do you feel And again, then we have the court system. They're going to court. They're putting people away. The media doesn't cover it enough. People get disheartened. Why did we elect Trump? They're still doing this stuff. Well, that's why Talk Radio 1210, my show, exists to be a conduit to people like Dr. Oz, who can come on and tell you exactly, that was pretty decisive from the inside, what's going on this. Let's have him debate Josh Shapiro. Let's see Mr. Wonderful debate him on stuff like this. Josh Shapiro's not debating anybody like that. He can't handle it. He can't handle coming on the show. Mr. Jump Shot, 855-839-1210. You got a line right now. Hit us with that fictional character that you think deserves a statue and give me your reaction to Dr. Oz. Talk Radio 1210.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,027.72.
Employee pricing isn't just for employees anymore. For limited time only this July, everyone saves at Closet Factory, Philadelphia. Schedule your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with 0 out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Don Giordano Show. So we're speaking with Dr. Oz about fraud, how big this is, et cetera. I'm looking at footage, Twitter, several senators put up. Senate hearing with Nick Shirley and James O'Keefe on fraud and the Somali fraud and the Russian fraud and all that stuff that we're talking about here. And Medicare and carrying the groceries up store. Not one Democrat showed up out of this vast committee. I don't know if a dozen of them are on it or so. They refuse to participate. They boycott it. This is another issue to hit them with. All right, and it's all part of this, too. It's the communist stuff. It's the, as Dr. Oz politely put it, the insular culture. It's these immigrant groups. The Somalis were just one fate. The Russians. We've had this a lot in Philadelphia, up and down the line. Fueled by what? In their country, this is what you do. This is how you get ahead. We're not going to adopt America here. We saw it play out with the Somalis. I pray that they come to Philadelphia each day to see this happen here. But the union part that he talked about, that was new. That Medicaid would pay for them to be joining unions and all. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom.
Good afternoon.
Dom, that mental midget you started off with, who is breaking things down to the moronic ridiculousness of our mortality. She's playing percentages with our well-being. What would she think if Trump's inflation rate went up 10%? Mm-hmm. No big deal? I don't think so. I don't like playing with percentages when it comes to me and my family's well-being. I like playing certainties. So you're going to break it down like who's worse. The murderers are all bad.
Well, right, and this is the only group that I know of that principally we can do 100% to stop it. 100%. They shouldn't be here.
Yeah. And as far as the MLB, I would like to assume you're against profit sharing too.
Yes. Well, you look, they can do whatever they want, but that's socialism to me. I thought they were competitors, but there you go.
Oh, sure. But my only concern, and it's a conundrum, is, if you cut that out, you probably only have four viable teams in the major leagues, or maybe even 8 at the most, 4 in each division. The Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Phillies, the Cardinals. You wouldn't have many. So I don't know what to do about that.
Well, I hear you. I don't know that some of these places really are deserving. Pittsburgh has turned it around a little bit. They're finally spending money. You got to have somebody wealthy that wants to spend some money and sink it in there, Joe. Nobody gets look, I like the model in Ted Lasso world where you want to lose, you want to be in the bottom, you get kicked out, and they bring in somebody else.
Oh, sure. I just don't know how you'd mix and match at a certain point without dying out. I mean, I thought it was entertaining when the Kansas City Royals did what they did a few years back, but it's an anomaly. But I'm all for competitive bidding. I can't go against that ultimately.
Yeah, it's the American way. We all look at it and say, hey, I don't want someone telling me what I can make.
Correct.
And Joe, if somebody can't read the character of these guys, I'll tell you one that really, I'm watching him at the All-Star. Juan Soto, I don't care what I have to do. I'm not paying that guy. I don't trust it.
Huh?
That's on them. No, he's an epitome of the face of what the Mets are, I think. He's lazy. Give me a break.
Yep.
Oh, he is. You don't see it?
No,
oh
I 100% disagree. And I'm saying that as a Phillies fan who despises the Mets.
Okay, well, I think he's par for the course with the Mets.
Well, I watched him for a whole year with the Yankees.
Yeah.
He has a lot of narcissist traits to him. Does he have a great bat and eye? Absolutely. But he was not a difference maker with the Yankees by no means. He wasn't a table setter. He wasn't a power hitter, even though he is a power hitter. He did not make the difference with that team.
Yeah, well, I contrast that. In the Phillies, there was some question with Schwarber. I would sign Schwarber in a heartbeat simply because he looks like a guy you can count on to always put out, no matter what.
Old school blue collar.
Yeah.
You can't scout that into the equation.
Exactly. What's your side, Joe?
Well, and kind of as a segue into it, this guy, I thought, depicted the determination, the grit, the unwavering spirit of the American worker until the unions exploited it. And that was the mythical creature who built the American railroads, John Henry.
That's a great one. Yeah, there might be John Henry statues somewhere, maybe in Pittsburgh or someplace like that.
In the middle of a mountain, maybe.
I would think. But yeah, there ought to be a John Henry statue. Okay, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that fictional character you think a la Rocky that deserves. I'm down on this movie already. Maybe I'll see it. I love Rocky so much. This guy portraying Rocky or something. I don't know how that works. Sylvester Stallone is given Stephanie Farr over at the Inquirer hates Rocky. Are you going to say, oh, that's another Rocky? We shouldn't go and see it
and give a review.
Yeah, we have to give a review. We shouldn't go see it. Unless he attacks Rocky. Then maybe, yeah. 855-839-1210. You hit us with that. Your reaction to Dr. Oz, kind of breaking new ground here. And Mike Johnson seems to be, many times, a little bit laid back, in his pushing forward. Not on this commie stuff. I played you what he said this morning. Mini Mondanis. 855-839-1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino every third Thursday. It's Comedy Night, July 16th. Joey Cola and Gary Dolina. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, I'm watching the first pitch last night at the All-Star Game. 4 Phillies chosen. Sad that Mike Schmidt had to throw underhand due to whatever the injury is. But putting Scott Rowland in, whose idea was that? To put that Les Miserables, just his face when he was here. Then he went off to baseball heaven. Why in the world do we have to? Is this a? Well, we conferred with the league, and he's in the Hall of Fame, which he shouldn't be, and you had to have Scott Rowland out there. These are the Phillies. Was Chase Utley not doing something? I'm not sure of the parameters. Yeah, but why was Scott Rowland
I don't know.
chosen?
Yeah, I didn't get that either. Because it was kind of like one of these things is not like the other.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I get Cole Hamels.
Cole Hamels probably not a Hall of Famer, but
Right.
Wall
Thank
of
God, yes.
Yeah, Wall of Fame on the Phillies at least.
Yo, definitely, yeah. And Schmidt, of course, all-timer. I don't know. Boy, I guess I commend Mike Schmidt throwing the first pitch, and he's got to throw it underhand.
Well, I was wondering because they were really close. So I'm like,
well, that's why.
And I was thinking, I was like, oh, they're basically handing it off at this point.
I've never had to do the first pitch at a Phillies thing or whatever, but the little thing, I think you got to try it the mound. Just throw it high.
Oh yeah,
that's all. If you throw it high, even over the catcher's head, you're all right.
I did one at the Trenton Thunder game in 2009 when I was probably 10. And all I tried to do was just fired it in there, and I ended up short, but I did it from the mound. So
so the first pitch is one thing to blow. The other is. Look, and when are we going to come to a day? I'm solidly in the camp. No more. The national anthem is not my favorite. It is not a song that rings with me, etc. But okay. The one thing you don't want to do, and I am really torn by this, we're going to play you Patti LaBelle's. I may stop it at some point. I haven't listened to it. DJ sent it to me. And you know how much I love Patti LaBelle. I told you, when someone of that stature is cooking shrimp for you, you kind of overlook a lot. But did Patti LaBelle, so Henry, you were there for it. Was the crowd restive? Did she not know a word or two?
You know what? So, I find myself singing along to the national anthem. How can you not? And I didn't in real time, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, oh man, she's really going fast in some of these words. But now seeing this the next day and people are saying she's skipping words, it does kind of click and make sense. Oh, yeah, she was kind of skipping around a little bit. I still thought she sounded great and everything. That wasn't the issue. But, yeah, it does seem like she either rushed a word or maybe skipped it altogether.
Yeah, I think as much as people think in the moment you should know the national anthem, not so. Under pressure, singing it, your mind artistically with it, you might need some kind of device there. You might need the words in front of you in some way, shape, or form so that you got to be precise in this. So here's a little bit of Patti LaBelle. Let's see what people think.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Those broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets wrinkling above Percy's through the night, that our and the home of
All right, hearing it in that, I didn't hear too much wrong that the New York Post and others are going to after her on this.
Yeah, neither did I. On the second, maybe the Brave at the end.
Yeah, but I didn't hear anything quite missing there. A little artistry is fine, but you got to be really, really cautious with this. Should it be replaced by Lee Greenwood? Yes. I mean, no, that's too political now. People don't want to say that. I don't know if Democrats really approve of the national anthem. They want to go into the whole, and we get out of that. We don't have to deal with it. By the way, here is Sunny Hostin, noted patriot. Yesterday, Robert Ben Salem, take your blood pressure med on this one. This is cut 6. We know about Sunny being afraid. She went on a podcast after the original thing on The View saying, too many American flags, not on the military base. She knows what that means, racist. Now she tells an anecdote, true or not, from her own background, how the American flag and how it's being used today reminds her of the Confederate flag. Here's noted attorney, not Sunny Hostin.
Right. Let's talk about something serious or more serious.
Okay.
Something you said last week on the show got a lot of attention. What else is new? But it was about the American flag. And this is something that you've said before more than once, but a couple years ago you talked about it.
I've said it many times.
But it seems to get people, they get very animated.
See, that's the thing.
This.
I don't read social media
Thank God.
comments.
Yes.
As you know, I stopped years ago.
Yes.
And that's why I'm just so happy and peaceful most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Miserable.
So
what?
It's surprising to me it's a thing.
Let's take a listen to what it is that you said when we were talking about this.
There are times when I walk into a community and I see American flags all over the community, and I suddenly feel unsafe because there is a section of this country that has co-opted the American flag.
Applauding?
And
The
they
morons.
equate being an American or an American flag with white supremacy, and that should never be the symbol of white supremacy, but they have weaponized.
Because the flag belongs to all of us.
It does belong to all of us.
So
I stand by that.
Yeah, and it's something you've said and been very consistent about, and I've heard it from other people of color for sure.
Well, I was going to say what's interesting is that this is not a new conversation amongst the Black community. In the Black community, it's something that we talk about. It's there was a point when, and I think I've talked about it on the show. I was visiting friends in North Carolina in the Outer Banks. And they rented a house there, and they had been there many times, a white couple, and on the beach, it's a beach that you can drive cars on. I was walking with the kids, they were pretty young, and there was a Confederate flag. And I was nervous. I'm in the South. I've got these 2 kids with me. I look the way that I look, and I'm walking past a Confederate flag with a group of dudes in a pickup truck on the beach. And I scurried back to the house, and I said to the host, do you know that there's a Confederate flag out there? It didn't feel great.
All right. So now the Confederate flag is being thrown into this to liken this. So we played you a previous cut yesterday, and the bottom line, Robert Ben Salem made a great point. Nobody took the American flag away. That side didn't want the American flag. Many of them still don't. Okay, no matter what they say. Then they want to say it's weaponized when they don't want to associate with it. They feel something false, something that's forgiving America for an original sin, whatever. Okay. Well, then, yes, it's going to be taken with pride by somebody else. Then you don't like that, and you liken it to the Confederate flag. It's an amazing situation of what goes on. And again, Whoopi Goldberg and Joy are, at the end of the day, kind of harmless. They're goofy. They say stuff that's ignorant, no doubt. This woman is a viper, is miserable, is bitter, divisive, and she holds sway over the 2 white women on the show who many times are scared to death to joust with her. She's a singular figure of nonsense. 855-839-1210. We'll give you a line. Hit us with that. Who is it? That fictional character that you think, like Rocky, deserves a statue. That's what we are looking for. Coming up, and I've really taken the capitalist side when it comes to Major League Baseball and football and no draft and no salary cap and all that stuff. But, by the way, would the Phillies be in trouble, too, if the salary cap goes through? I don't know how it's calculated. They got 300. Oh, man.
A lot of teams would be in trouble.
Well, but I'd hate to be on Sports Talk Radio or otherwise, Trey Turner in this town, because at least Harper and Schwarber reasonably are worth it. It's inflated. That's the world of sports.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Turner definitely is not. And again, oh, man, if they have to get cheaper players to make up for all that top heaviness, this guy, oh, goodness. Okay. Coming up, though, I was on the side to say, look, the evidence is overwhelming. One of the affordability issues, BlackRock, the Wall Street crowd, and others buying up single-family homes, then jumping the prices big time. And a lot of Republicans agree with that. Trump agreed with that. Well, wait until you hear this morning now, and some conservatives on this, there is a new entity of something that families would do for fun. I was unaware. I haven't done it in a while. That is becoming more unaffordable for a family. And behind it are corporate entities, according to this, that have bought into this niche, not niche. Did Jeff Van Drew say niche the other day? I think he did here. I should have corrected and say niche. Sorry, Congressman. I'll tell you what that is. You will not believe this one. And if true, I'm on the side of saying, yeah, it's something we have to look at here, or is that just sheer capitalism? I'm very careful to not restrict too much. So in other words, Wall Street is buying up an entity. I can't believe this, but apparently there's a lot of evidence of it, and we'll take a look at it. And by the way, a little inflation thing. This afternoon, I have to pick up a shirt, just one shirt, this black shirt that I really like. And I don't get it dry cleaned after every wear, particularly if I'm not out sweating with it, like walking yesterday to the event. If it's a reasonably cool atmosphere I'm in, I might go 2 days with it. It's fine. And I looked at it the other day, and Rose said, that can't be right. We love these cleaners. We've gone there for, 20 years. $8.45 just for a men's shirt for dry cleaning. Is that a standard right now? Last time because I haven't done too many dry cleanings recently, I thought it was $4.50 or $5. $8.45. Does that seem way too high? I'm marshaling my arguments when I come in there this afternoon to see, to the guy.
It's gas prices on Rittenhouse. It's the dry cleaning.
$8.45 though.
I don't know anything about dry cleaning.
I don't either. I wouldn't know if that's considered high or not.
Okay. So the shirt that I'm wearing is getting another 2 wears after this show. I'm just telling you that.
Yeah, for $8.45.
$8.45?
Right.
It's and they've always been reasonable. The price has gone up. I get that, normal. So I'm going to have a chat with the owner who likes me. He even knows our phone number, whatever. He doesn't have to put it in his system right away. He knows it. And it's nice. Now, it's not near Rittenhouse. It's a little farther away. It might be in Chestnut Hill. Maybe that has something to do with it. $8.45 for a shirt. Nothing fancy. It's not a tuxedo. There's nothing exotic. It's just a shirt like the one I'm wearing now.
Maybe that's why. This guy's making me do some whatever shirt. It's not a tux or a suit or whatever. It's just some shirt.
All right. We'll see. What's with the
total?
845 here? Yes. Right. I even said we may have to consider the other one that's in Chestnut Hill. 855-839-1210. By the way, somebody asked me, should we put these social... I'm looking at this woman that's one of the speakers for DSA, and she's got a fish tank behind her or something. There are bubbles when she's saying we're going to get rid of the Senate. You want these people on all across America. You should beg them. Republicans ought to give them money to come on. Amazing. I don't know who that was. It was just on Fox. But, 855. If she comes on again, Henry, you'll see these bubble-like things. I don't know. It was the water core going off or something behind her. And, wow. One of their platforms says, speaking of bills, bills you have to pay like $8.45, you won't have bills anymore if we have socialism. All right, no 845 a shirt. I'm in. Tell me how we sign up. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Nick Kale, keep cool.
I'm going to try.
It's going to feel like 110. Do not go out on the golf course.
Nope.
You're saying stay inside.
I am. I'm going to sit inside and play video games all day. Take a big nap.
And vacuum for St. Kristen. Help her out.
I did that yesterday.
Oh, look at you.
I did. a robot. Vacuum. I Swiffered the hardwood floors.
Swiffer.
So
Dang. Nick Kale Swiffering. St.
right.
Kristen, can you hook us up with some video? Come on.
I'm like Robin Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire with the broom.
Just not the prosthesis.
No, just not the prosthesis.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy. Or Wells Fargo, for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia is your complete one-stop gun store with 2 indoor shooting ranges, training and lessons, and gunsmiths on site. They buy, sell, and trade firearms and NFA-regulated items too. King Shooter's experienced staff and certified trainers can help you with all your needs. Check out the calendar of monthly events on Facebook and Instagram, and feel free to stop in 7 days a week. King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia. KingShooters.com. KingShooters.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210, 845 a shirt. Before I take any more calls, where is the enterprise where Wall Street is getting on this whole thing? And I think we have one here in Philadelphia. We told you about BlackRock before. This from Wall Street Apes on Twitter. New data shows that the cost to go to a bowling alley is becoming unaffordable. It's out of reach for many American families. Private equity firms have started buying up bowling alleys and skyrocketing prices. They say a company called Lucky Strike, funded by private equity, has been on a buying spree and now owns more than 1 in 10 bowling alleys across the country. If that's true, that's a lot. There's still quite a number of bowling alleys out there. In a growing number of cities, it can cost more than $150 for a family to bowl for a couple of hours on a weekend, which led to Wichita, Kansas, where locals take their bowling seriously. The city back in 2022 had 4 locally owned bowling centers. Then a Wall Street corporation came to town. Lucky Strike, the company fueled by private equity, bought 3 of the 4 bowling centers from the family that owned them for years and has controlled the majority of lanes in the city since. The whole thing just feels like a microcosm of the modern American concept of corporate entities buying everything, then taking over. Just since 2016, the cost of bowling has doubled. Some reports show it has more than doubled. Private equity companies like Bolero and Lucky Strike now own 350 locations and use data-driven pricing and have reduced traditional leagues in favor of higher margin entertainment. Private equity firms are little cancer in America. They say they destroy this, etc. So I haven't bowled in quite a while. Used to have my own ball. Still do, I think. Somewhere I have it. Shoes, etc. And I haven't seen the cost of bowling as an unaffordable thing. Might be another area for Republicans to take a look in. Now, when we talked about the housing before, we were talking about, is that just capitalism? Remember buying up all these single-family homes? But bowling and bowling alleys? Wow. It's like on every front, you're seeing some of the tentacles of what makes something unaffordable. Let's go to Joe in Havertown. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon. Yo, Joe.
How you doing, Dom?
Very well, Joe.
You were talking about your dry cleaning your shirt?
Yeah.
Well, I used to go to the laundromat, and they used to have machines there when I lived in South Philadelphia on 15th and Packer Avenue. I think it was called Bambi's. I used to go there and bring all my suits and whatever and get them done.
What, at the laundromat? Yeah?
Yeah. They would have machines, dry cleaning machines, that I used to go to way back, and I don't know if they still do.
Well, what do you think of $8.45 for a shirt, Joe?
Well, let me tell you, I'm from South Philadelphia, and it was a Chinese restaurant. No, not a Chinese. I used to get my shirts done for 25 cents.
All right. Well, thank you, Joe.
Okay.
A trip down memory lane. I'm talking about reality and now.
Right.
So I don't know. Should I bowl or should I have this shirt cleaned? We're under attack on every front here. There's enough ground for Republicans to break in with some of this stuff. Don't let Mandani get this, though. Oh, man, bowling alleys in New York will be in big trouble if he hears about Lucky Strike. Now, Lucky Strike is kind of the one downtown here, is kind of a yuppie-ish vibe to it that I remember. Big events there. They have athletes that hold events and all that. Henry, can you see just how much does it cost to bowl at Lucky Strike? I guess they have Saturday, right? Let's take the prime time. Let's say a Saturday versus, just a random Wednesday here or something like that. If they're going to places like Wichita, Kansas, and the hot thing is to corner the bowling alley market, that's kind of news to me, but it might be the case. You see a price?
Yeah, it's looking like standard rentals for a lane is $25 to $30 per hour.
What the hell?
Wow.
And then that's a $5 shoe rental. They do have some deals where they have a family unlimited plan where you can unlimited bowling for $19 a person. And there's also endless summer nights where you can show up starting at 7 and you can unlimited bowl for $22. So
okay,
they have some relief, I guess.
But 25 to 30
yeah.
is the rate per hour.
Correct.
Yeah, I haven't bowled in a while. That seems, let's see, that's 3 shirts, no starch, and a $5 shoe rental. Yeah, that seems a little bit high too. Not only that, what kind of spray do they put in for $5? I want that to be sprayed at least a few times and then set outside, then bring it back in. It's all ready to go. Oh God! All right.
You strike me as a guy that might have a lot of bowling shirts.
Yeah,
I have a few.
All right,
yeah,
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I haven't used them in years, though.
Yeah. While you get your dry cleaning done, you can hit the lane.
Yeah,
exactly. Show them off.
Yeah, I try to have as few things that have to be dry cleaned as possible. But that caller about Bambi's cleaners, I do know of them, and a quarter. Oh, God. I was afraid we were headed towards something ethnic there with the Chinese or whatever. I was getting out of the laundromat thing. But here's another angle. And look, the Trump administration, I think, this housing bill was bipartisan. I understand why the president didn't want to sign it, trying to use it on the SAVE Act. Okay. But I do think there are functional things out there on affordability that Republicans can be going after. Mike Johnson, bowling. This time it's capitalists, not the commies that are driving up the price of it. But several of you noticing on Twitter, I'm on that Mike Johnson is on to something here. And he's not saying socialism bad. He's saying communism. That's what mini Mondanis. That's what these people are all over the country. One to zone in on is the clown, that woman who's running Seattle, the mayor of Seattle, who apparently never held a job in her life until she became mayor and was subsidized for childcare by the parents. Mondani's been subsidized all of his life by the wealthy parents. So what does he care? He doesn't have any sense of any of this stuff. And they are bleeding people. Oh, by the way, here's Kathy Hochul, though, the governor. Well, that's on my mind. Talking about the high cost of things. Governor Hochul, yes. Why are people, wealthy New Yorkers, all right, of one sort or another, even New York State, but principally New York, Governor Hochul, why are they moving out of New York City? That's cut 20.
Can we talk about the latest report from the Citizens Budget Commission? And I know you're very aware of this and sensitive to big businesses leaving New York City. Their latest report basically said wealthy individuals are moving out, families are moving out, and single filers are coming in. People who really can't afford New York City are coming here. You had to bail out New York City $8 billion this budget. They're saying they see a $10 billion budget deficit. What do you think? How do we stop this?
Well, first of all, the data that came out is from 2022.
Do you think it's any better? I mean,
no,
we had an $8 billion budget deficit this year.
Let me explain.
Yeah.
Back then, big driver of people leaving, and you could draw a through line from when the Donald Trump administration and Congress got rid of the state and local tax deduction. All of a sudden, everybody in New York paid higher taxes because we used to, since Abraham Lincoln was president, they started the tax code, you never were double taxed. They changed that. So states like New York, you lost that deduction. So it got more expensive to be here just with the signing of that law. 2017, 2019, those are the years when people started the out-migration of businesses and individuals. And then what happens in 2020? Gets slammed with the pandemic. So people who maybe had a vacation home or a temporary home in Palm Beach said, I'm moving my whole family here. I mean, the city's falling apart here. Everybody's getting sick. I'm not staying there. So there's an interesting trend that drove that factor.
You don't think that's a problem now?
But I am today. I am doing what I can to stop that because I believe that we should not be raising taxes on high net worth individuals. We should not be raising taxes on the companies that are creating the jobs and generating the revenue that helps us pay for the services that people in New York City come to rely on. So I've taken a different approach. I want to expand the pie. I'm letting businesses know that we want you to succeed here. We also have to make sure that all New Yorkers succeed. So this is a pro-New Yorker approach, is to encourage the businesses to stay. And we've had more technology companies signing long-term leases in the last 3 months than any time in history.
All right, a couple of things. Agendas here. What's more important, to respond to that? No, Newman Price wants a picture of me in a bowling shirt for the Dom Giordano fan club. I'll have to get a picture of it.
We're going to have bowling night at some point.
Oh, yeah. Maybe not at Lucky Strike, though. After
You're exactly right.
I don't know if we can sign off
I
on that.
bowled at Oregon Lanes. I think they're still there, down in the heart of South Philly, where you were able to smoke. And I mean, if you didn't have that in the air, the smoky bowling alley, and there were no things for kids who had to grow up. If they throw a gutter ball, they throw a gutter ball, kid. It doesn't bounce off and come back. That's not life. You guttered. Boo him. Just like that 17-year-old who's honored in Lower Merion, who's come forward that dropped the pop-up and was booed. He thinks it was an honor in Philadelphia. So, Newman, I'll see if I can come up with that bowling shirt. Maybe we should Photoshop it in there. Make sure you keep the hair from the previous picture, though.
Right.
That's what I'm concerned about.
The gift of AI.
Put a little chest hair in there, too, Newman, and a chain to go with it.
Now you're sounding just like Tony Soprano.
Right.
All right, so 8:45. Nobody's in. I bet Zenos doesn't pay $8.45. He's coming up for just a shirt to be dry cleaned and laundered. I'm picking up this afternoon. I'm getting ready with my. How could it be 8:45? Who do we blame for this? You heard Hochul there. Hochul is an enabler. The moderator should have jumped into the ring, and I know you were saying it, and said, yeah, you can say all that you want. Mondani, though, runs New York, not you. What do you have to say about Mondani and how he's driving businesses out? Well, I'm here to help New York. Yeah, but what about Mondani? Who has the power over this? You may be putting in some little state things here and there. He, at the state level, is driving people out. That's the bottom line. They're enablers. I don't think Kathy Hochul is a communist. I don't think she's anything, really. Maybe a progressive on paper. She's certainly not a Catholic, although she says she is. But Mondani is a commie, and Mike Johnson calling them mini Mondanis across the country is right. They should start, they ought to have a team of people each day monitoring what the mayor of Seattle says, and then these other nutbags in New York and the woman in Colorado come here to Philadelphia. The Working Families Party, they're commies. Up and down the line. That Gaudier woman out of West Philly. I'm going to have Elante's on tomorrow, right? Yeah, he particularly goes after her. He really has, because she is the upcoming Working Families Party, new mayor type. And I'll ask him, is she a commie? I'm sure he'll have a lot to say. He's been silenced by thank God Philadelphia City Council's lazy. They take off the whole summer, nothing to do. No debates, nothing to do, no council meetings over the summer. I mean, it's a good thing. You would hope they'd meet maybe once a year briefly and then say, we're morons, that's it. But no. And Philadelphia is getting an increase of $157 million announced today by Josh Shapiro and others in this budget thing. This is a bad budget. They're fraudulent. Republicans shouldn't have signed off. We had Coleman on yesterday talking about this. How does Philadelphia get an increase of $157 million? To do what? I need an air conditioning expert, buildings and all. Would that be enough to put in air conditioning, $157 million, even with Philadelphia, where they can't find pianos? If they found these pianos are missing and a bunch of other stuff, I think they could air condition maybe 30 or 40 more schools right there. But with $157 million, you would think they'd be able to get top-of-the-line air conditioning. It can't be done. Maybe one building. Could you just see the detail putting in air conditioning? Oh, my God. Jalen Hurts, don't give them money, buddy. You gave them your hard-earned money. What did they do with it? They still closed down. You're on Zoom today. Can't be done. $157 million. What could we possibly do with that? 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment first, though. Get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sales event with savings up to 73% off. That's right. The season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now is the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July. Sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is very easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 73% off. Do it today. Just one other thought, Newman Price. Make sure I have one of those bowling gloves. Like, let's see, what was the guy's name?
What?
Dick Weber. Yeah, one of those bowling gloves
Weber?
where it gives you that spin rate to throw
Who
it
do you
out.
think
Yeah.
you are? I am.
So, Newman Price, make sure you take that. I give you all the direction. You can find a bowling shirt. Just throw it on me. Dom Giordano's All-Stars. All right, 855-839-1210.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. While in the line at the grocery store, crash-proof consumer Rob Lukens met a neighbor concerned about their retirement future.
I was standing in the checkout line at a grocery store, and people were complaining about the food costs. And I happened to turn to somebody, and I heard them talking to a person behind them about their 401k. I said, "What do you do?" And they looked at me with a blank stare, and they said, "There's not much I can do." And I said, "That's sad. Can you imagine if the market goes down, that you wouldn't lose any money?" And the guy laughed and said, "That doesn't exist." And I said, "It does exist. It's a program called Crash Proof. I have not lost a penny. I'm making substantially over 8%. And during COVID, I made 14. I wrote down the phone number and I said, call, because the earlier you start, the more money you're going to save.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com.
Weather sponsored by the National Liberty Museum.
An extreme heat warning remains in effect through the rest of today. We'll have hazy sunshine, very hot and humid with a high near 100, but it'll feel like more than 105 with the humidity. For tonight, partly cloudy and humid, some areas of smoke due to the Canadian wildfires. Low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot day on Thursday with areas of smoke, not as humid, with a high 96.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty tested, shaped, and lived.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Oh, it went so long, I forgot. Yeah, we Progressive Women Gone Wild. We may have to play that at the end of the hour here. We got to squeeze that.
Yeah,
in.
we're still
that's right. We have
you,
another break coming up. I'm recalibrating because of the Boeing shirt and the 845 shirt. Michael in Wilmington. Hey, Michael. Good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, my good sir. Good afternoon to you. How are you today?
Good, Michael.
Dom, it was great to hear just a couple things I wanted to just add. Number one, I remember not all that long ago, I know this is different than dry cleaning, but I could get a shirt laundered for $1. Okay, it may not be the same, but $8.95, wherever you quoted, that is exorbitant. That is outrageous. I wouldn't pay it.
All right, Kirk, get that on the tape. I'm going to play it for a guy here. You know, got a nice dry cleaning business here. We want to have these people calling you.
I would pay. And the second thing I just wanted to chime in about is really good to hear Dr. Oz say how a lot of these different cultures come to our country and they think it's okay to fraud us because that is culturally where they think it's okay, where maybe that jives in their country, but it sure as heck doesn't jive here, meaning that needs to be stopped. And if they need to be made an example of, so be it, because what he has uncovered, and JD, and then certainly Nick Shirley, this has really become a massive problem for the country.
And Michael, did you hear him talking about the union part of this, where Medicaid will pay for the union membership?
I did.
Wow.
Yeah, that is so exploited and it's so corrupt. I don't know how that can continue. I feel confident that JD and Dr. Oz especially will get to the bottom of that and prevent some of this happening. But that is the abuse and the waste is just it's unbelievable. And I hope everyone's really listening to this and seeing how much money is being frauded and wasted by a lot of communities and people that need to come to a stop as fast as possible. So I'm really glad you had him on and that he shared that with everybody. It was very eye-opening. Getting to my side, Dom, I thought of a good statue. I think in this day and age that would be great for everyone is the epic character Morpheus from The Matrix, who always had that really good grin. But he would be standing there with his arms open, and in one hand there would be red pills, and in the other hand there would be blue pills. So people could remember, hey, if you want to seek the truth and wake up, you take the red pills. If you want to stay asleep and keep going through the motions, just stay with the blue pills. And I think that's great in this day and age with all the social media and all the fake news. To have a statue like him saying you have a choice to seek truth or just stay in the mainstream, just to remind people you can go one way or the other. So I think Morpheus
that is a great one.
statue.
Just one thing. Morpheus, he's not James Brown when it comes to sweating, but Morpheus in the scene where they're sweating him and they rescue him, that guy can sweat. Wow.
He was sweating bullets. He sure can sweat. His whole head was just profusely sweat.
I love a great sweat. That tells me the person's all out, you know. You look at them, they're sweating already as we're doing this. All right, that's what I want to see, the sweat. That's a really good one, the red pill, blue pill. Right here in downtown Philadelphia. You know, when we put up the Communist Chinese Party, Mayor Parker, their flag. Remember that over City Hall? Alante Macaulay on tomorrow. I think he remembers that every day. So we'll catch up with him tomorrow, too. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with that fictional character that you think deserves a statue of its own for whatever reason. It's all in the tell. It's all in the call. Coming up, the sidekick of the Welsh woman. The Welsh woman is that nasty woman who goes wild. I can't even say the stuff she said or close to it about Lindsey Graham's death. The sidekick speaks up and she attacks homeschooling. These people don't like homeschoolers. What's up with wanting to be with your kids all day, she says. Oh, man. Can you imagine if these two have children, what that's like? The Welsh woman or the husband. Oh, my God. Waking up every morning to, oh, my goodness. No, that's brutal. I can't even imagine. 855-839-1210. How's Newman Price doing with the Boeing shirt picture? Come on now. He can just take a generic one for now. I'll see if I can get one. I had a giant pompadour back then, too. Really slicked up there. Man. More giant than you can imagine.
Nice.
We have to get for him to the TV show. I did my own TV show. It was on cable, and the guy was a master hairdresser. That I got to find clips of it. It was out of Cherry Hill. I forget the name of the station, but if we Google it, it'll come up. I've never had a better head of hair. I mean, I felt like I had gained 3 inches in height every night doing the show. 855-839-1210. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Could this year get any f***ing worse?
Dom Giordano presents... Progressive women.
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
Gone wild.
All right, today we have one of the most mysterious figures out there, Progressive Women Gone Wild, the sidekick to this Jennifer Welsh that you can see on YouTube. You see her all over the podcaster. And the co-host, Angie Sullivan. bursts loose talking about, of all things, not Trump, but homeschooling cut 18.
Sorry, I messed that up here. Let me
Okay.
All right.
Come on, Angie.
1 second.
Here's your moment, Angie. This
You
is
would
your
not
time.
believe how many people in Bible study homeschool their kids. And you just think, I worry about that. And then you see those witness booklets or whatever they're called that the Duggars use, and they're like top out at 8th grade. I mean, I just think homeschooling is a bad idea from soup to nuts. I don't care if you're a nuclear physicist. I think it's just fucking weird as that you want your kids around you all day, every day, and all night. And just the socialization. For me personally, it was that I would have gotten up on my hands and knees and strapped them to my back and crawled to get them to school every day, just to get them where I wasn't. So I don't trust somebody that wants to be with their kids 24/7. I think a lot of dumb people do it because it's just easier. And that's a concern. And I've had divorce cases that, like, moms get mad at dad. They're fighting over whose school district the kid's going to use their address. They put them on homeschool. It's like 2 or 3 hours a day at the computer. And then the kids are going just off to the races. So I just can't think of very many good things about homeschooling.
So that tells me divorce cases. She's a divorce lawyer.
Huh.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine going to this woman? Oh, Jennifer Welsh is out there. Yeah, my friend, Jennifer Welsh. Angie Sullivan, down on homeschooling. Okay, one thing to mention about that. Look, I like the mayor of Bensalem. I certainly like the police and the police chief. But I am, I'm always wary, even when we have these flock cameras. Remember that, the Super Bowl ad? Oh, we saved a pet every day. The intrusiveness of it, etc. Well, I am not on board. Bensalem's new superintendent or whatever, and people there, saying they had such a budget shortfall, such a difference, they've set up a tip line with this, like, I wouldn't say it's a bird-like creature, and they say, tell Benny, the tip line, tell Benny, Benny. Tell Benny, I guess for Bensalem, if you know of someone who is sending their kids to the Bensalem public schools when really they ought to be in another school district. Now, this happens a lot in America. I'm not sure what wretched schools, somebody has to help me. I know Bensalem, but is there a school district around it where the schools are wretched? Why would someone send their kid to the Bensalem public schools if they live, well, is it from Philadelphia? I mean, that's always the first suspect. They're transporting their kids. I don't know. Isn't Philadelphia a little bit of a stretch? Well, it's Northeast Philadelphia, kind of borders something. Maybe it's Philadelphia. Is there another school district? Would you tell Benny, hey, Benny, that Henry Machette, yeah, that's it. I got to rat him out. But you're a bird. I got to bird him out. We may have to get some sound of the Benny hotline. The tip line is always something that raises, remember the COVID tip line? The woman who's now in charge of all the state agencies that headed up the Montgomery County Commissioners. They had their own line. They had that goofball doctor, too, who wouldn't come on, who during COVID said, we want to shut down the schools, et cetera, because even though there's no COVID surge, Wayne Gretzky said, don't go to the puck, go to where the puck's going to be. That was his medical theory, the Wayne Gretzky theory with the puck. Remember that guy? And they shut down everything because Wayne Gretzky would have done it. I could see Wayne Gretzky. Yeah, what the hell?
This doctor doesn't have a great feel for the game like Gretzky,
exactly.
I'll say.
Not only that, taking hockey as the thing. How about a baseball or football analogy? Well, Jalen Hurts throws the ball where the receiver is going to be. Okay, Doc, the Jalen Hurts theory. Anyhow, would you call Benny if you knew of someone sending their kids to the Bensalem schools that doesn't live in that school district? Robert in Bensalem will be up. I have to ask him that. are you calling Benny? Is Benny going to become a thing? There's a picture, Philly Burbs had it today, of this bird-like thing, and it says, tell Benny about this. I'd love to hear some of those calls. Now, is that the reason for their shortfall, or is it mismanagement? Is that it? They have a lot of people using the services they shouldn't. Again, on my podcast this week, I'm just going to use that as another argument for school choice. Or are these people not interested in that? They're just kind of nefarious. There was a major Ohio case where we had a woman they were going to put in jail for a number of years who became celebrated nationally because she was in a rotten school district. There was no school choice. And she sent her kids fraudulently to a better school district. So I need to know, is it the Philadelphia Public Schools or is it another wretched school district? Hey, Philadelphia just got $157 million. That must mean they're pretty good, right? If I'm writing a check for $157 million to you, I must think you're doing good work. No, what Josh Shapiro is saying is they're not doing good work. That's why they need more money. This is it. Genius right here. So given how poorly I think Philadelphia is, I think they ought to get $1 trillion. They ought to be able to waste it. Buy more pianos, throw them out windows. All right, big 2 o'clock hour coming up. Would you call Benny? We'll ask Robert of Ben Salem. And we have a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx July 21st coming up with Henry's Money Melody with me. My name's on it. I'm in a bowling shirt. He actually does the work. I don't know about Lucky Strike. How many gutterless lanes do they have over? I can judge it. I come in, there's a lot of bumper lanes there for the kids. That's another thing, too. Should a kid have a bumper? Is that like a participation trophy? Or should kids learn the ball goes in the gutter? I'm not saying all right, I'll set the over and under. If the kid is, I'll make it 7. He ought to learn in bowling the ball can go in the gutter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
I don't know
Same
about
here.
a 5-year-old. The 5-year-old crying at a party.
You just can't have it be like a tantrum age where
Yes,
every
yeah.
shot's going to go in the gutter no matter what, and you're just going to have a bad night.
We're setting it at 7. I don't know what Lucky Strike says. No, madam, you can't put that bumper on. That kid looks like he's 7. All right, 855-839-1210.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
Attention!
This is a pesticide exposure alert. The pesticide chlorpyrifos, used as an insect repellent, has now been linked to neurodevelopmental disorders in children and Parkinson's disease. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after being exposed to chlorpyrifos, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory68.com now to see if you qualify. Across the country, pesticide manufacturers have already faced multi-billion-dollar lawsuits and settlements over alleged health risks. Now, people exposed to chlorpyrifos are taking legal action, alleging this pesticide caused serious neurological injuries in both adults and children. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after chlorpyrifos exposure, don't wait. Strict filing deadlines may apply. Visit govictory68.com today to see if you qualify. Go to govictory68.com. That's govictory68.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
$7 million into. But if you're in Bensalem, they're concerned about that. I understand. Or is it Philadelphia Public Schools coming into Bensalem? You're supposed to call Benny. And I'd like to have an accounting of how many people have called Benny, the bird. And what does Benny say about this? You know, is he at the lines with the casinos out there? You're not entering Bensalem here. I think it would be Philadelphia, most likely. Anybody know another rotten school district that borders on Bensalem? We'd like to know. Is that what they're afraid of? Is that because when people are in a bad school district, that's why they're making the choice, and they don't have school choice, to go. Cheltenham had this problem for a while. No longer. I don't think they're a good school district very much anymore. But back in the day, people would choose to go to Cheltenham. It borders on Philadelphia, and it was better than Philadelphia. Here's another one. Upper Darby used to be rated, I thought so then too. I think it's bad now, or borderline bad. Let me see. I'm in Philadelphia, bordering on that. Would I go to Upper Darby? Yeah, that's a tough call. That's how bad I think Upper Darby is now. Let me think in another direction. Where else is the border? You know, the borders are not so good anymore. If I can just get over that line and use that school district, that would be better than Philadelphia. But who are these people coming into Bensalem? From where? Here's one other angle. Bensalem, not just to Bensalem, but to everybody. At least if they're American citizens, how many people are in Bensalem? And the word illegal was, you have to tell this is illegal when you call Benny up. You have to tell Benny they're doing it. It's illegal. And it is if you're not in that school district. If you don't live there, your kid shouldn't go to school there. Okay. Well, what about if you're in the country illegally? And I'm not just singling out Bensalem, but I think there would be a goodly number who are here illegally, yet using the Bensalem public schools. I wonder if Benny's getting any calls saying, you know what? This person's not here legally. We don't want to know that. They are here legally for the purposes of going to school. That's the way it works. You get to come here. The kid goes to school. Doesn't matter if you're here. We're not going to ask that. But we are going to ask it of people who are living a mile away. You know what this is very much like? It's like if you're in, and by the way, the Texas courts, the district courts in Texas just ruled on this recently. Think about it. If you're in New Jersey, but you're not a legal American citizen family, you get what? A much cheaper state tuition rate. But if I live, say, a block off the Ben Franklin Bridge here, I'm a Pennsylvania resident. What about me? I want to go to Rutgers. Nope, you pay the full rate. Yeah, but I'm a legal American citizen. Yeah, well, in Jersey, we don't care. They're here illegally. Well, what does Benny say about it, though? That's what I'd like to know. I wonder if Benny does a cute bird song. I'll have to listen to the call-in number after the show and see if Benny says, "Hi, I'm Benny."
Yeah.
Henry, can you give it a listen? You could just tell me. We don't have to play it on air yet. Okay. I'm not sure that. I just want to know what Benny says. Hi, you've reached Benny. What can you tell me?
Yeah, I wonder what Benny sounds
Calls
like. Deep
Benny.
Voice, high voice.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe he would have the perfect voice would be the Robert of Bensalem voice. When you call Benny, he says, "Thanks for having me today. I really appreciate it." Robert of Bensalem. Robert, what do you think of the Benny line out there in Bensalem?
I would definitely call in and call them "my good sir" because I love that tagline.
You want to steal it?
Dom,
I can tell. Yeah.
It's good to talk to you guys. Dom, you nailed it. About 20% of this problem is kids coming up from Northeast Philadelphia along Woodhaven Boulevard Road, down Route 13. It's right across the border to get into the schools up here. But that's only 20% of the problem. 80% of the problem is the English as a second language students, and you don't know whether they're legal or illegal, and I can guarantee you that if you called and told them that, they would hang up on you. And I'm pretty sure Benny's an owl because that was the mascot for the high school team.
And you made a great point there. We all know when English is the second language and the numbers that are probably going on in Bensalem, the cost has to be enormous, and the chaos that represents. We had that town on when the Haitians came there, Charleroi, and another one, Henry got on. We're inundated, a small town, Robert. They said they have 30 or 40 kids in the kindergarten class, better than half or so, that can't speak English. When you have that, it's draining, it's enormous, it's a big cost.
It's also a much bigger problem if these kids are dealing with a failing school district. It's not quite as bad up here. You see them, and I don't see a problem, to be honest with you. You know my stand on illegal immigration. I wanted to put them all, but I'm not seeing problems up here because I pick my grandson up from school every day. And I don't really see it as a problem, but I think they're going to go after the American citizens that are fleeing failing schools in favor of kids that come from schools in Islamabad, Pakistan, down in Rio de Janeiro, wherever they're bringing them up from. It's just such a mess, and them coming out with this "call Benny," stop it already. Because I'm going to just to talk about the growth in ESL students, just to see what they say, and I'll let you know next time I call.
Oh yeah, that would be great. And look, I'm not condoning illegal behavior. You may remember. I know how much you listen to talk radio. I can go back and pull it. There was this Ohio woman they were going to put in jail for a felony. She was in a rotten school system. And she went over the line. She was close to it, to the other. And there was a big national outcry over it. Now, I don't know why these people would vote for Democrats. I bet a lot of them do in Northeast Philadelphia. And why they don't get the school choice movement. Philadelphia got $157 million more dollars. They're not going to be better. They're rewarded for their bad behavior.
Still no air conditioning, Dom, but that's okay because the administrators and the union leaders have nice cars, nice homes, and they send their kids to private schools. It's such a scam down there.
And I wonder, Robert, I have to check on this. Somebody out there will know. They'll call me. Are the Lincoln freshman class coming in, next year's class in September, are they still going to have to go to school in a trailer because of illegals? They're there way out of proportion to numbers at Lincoln that have overcrowded it.
Yes, because places like Philadelphia is the last place that they're going to be able to actually make progress. The places around these cities, they're cooperating, you know, and that goes to my point. The people, the illegals in the red states are going to flee to the blue states for sanctuary, and the blue states are going to get stuck with the ones that we don't deport. But I don't want to take too much time. I wanted to get to the side question. Henry's answer was beautiful. Atticus Finch, I can almost see a statue of him standing next to Lady Liberty.
Wait a minute. Whoa. That was Dom's answer. What are you talking about?
No, because you can't really apply law and justice sanely without a moral compass, and that's what Atticus Finch.
Well, I suggested it was the point, Robert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Kirk just told me or Henry, he said, Kirk, this is your fault. You said Henry.
Whoa. I said, hold on a second. I said it was taken. I didn't say Henry.
I'm just kidding.
Don't throw me on the bus.
I'm sorry about that, Kirk.
It's all good. Don't worry.
No, but good. He should have his arm around Lady Justice and a sign that says, "Don't worry, dear, we'll get through this." Because, like I said, without a moral compass, law and justice is, you know.
Exactly.
But my answer is going to be Sherlock Holmes. I would like to have a statue of Sherlock Holmes in front of the FBI building, but only when Republicans are in power. When Democrats are in power, it should be a statue of Inspector Clouseau, and his magnifying glass should just have a picture of Trump on it. You know what I mean? But I'll leave it there. Thanks for the time, Dom. Have a great day.
I would say Chief Wiggum might be when Democrats are in charge. That might be good. All right, Henry, you have an update that Benny is apparently not a phone line. It's a what?
Yeah, it's just an email, unfortunately.
I think they're trying to get people on record here now with the email. Then they have you if you're emailing
right,
stuff
a
in.
quite literal paper trail they're trying to get you on.
Yeah, come on, Mayor. I think you ought to put the phone line in. That would be more friend. And is Benny on the top, the owl on top?
Yeah, Benny's there. He's on the flyer.
He's on the flyer.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So is it Philadelphia again, trying to get Route 13, Woodhaven Road, whatever, get over that line to go to the Ben Salem schools? That may be the case. Robert's right, though. English as a second language, that creates a lot of problems in Ben Salem. And these people in Northeast Philadelphia, they vote for these Democrats like Pat Gallagher and Sean Doherty, these two clowns who were trying to rob, particularly Doherty. You know, if Johnny Doc gets out some point, I'd love to have a conversation. What do you think of your nephew trying to take away the scholarship of a lot of union people there? And said union people, why would you vote for Sean Doherty? It's stunning. Martina White's got a great column up where these Democrats are fine if a family has a family income of $250,000, they want to pay for college because the college is in on it with them. But if you have about $108,000 of family income, mom and dad, they think these kids ought to be ruled out from getting school choice. It's a curious thing with Democrats. No, it's not. It's their playbook. And people in Northeast Philadelphia are just ignorant. You're ignorant if you continue to vote for these Democrats. Yeah, but I know Pat Gallagher. I know Sean Doherty. I don't care if they agree with it. It's their vote that counts. They're enablers. And that Tomlinson woman and the Joe Hogan guy voted to stop school choice for people. That's what people in Northeast Philadelphia, they shouldn't be inundating Ben Salem. They ought to be trying to get into a Catholic school or another private school, use the scholarship money, and not tax the services of Ben Salem. But Ben Salem, it's a hell of a nerve to have hundreds of people there, apparently illegally. English as a second language, the whole deal going on, no questions asked. But if you're on Woodhaven Road, it's like a border zone. It's East and West Germany there. They're trying to run across the barbed wire up there on the boulevard. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, and right now it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All the money gone.
All right, we are playing today for a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx July 21st, 2026 at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, Dom, I think this is going to be a good one today.
Okay.
All right, so today on the side question, we're asking for that fictional person you think should have a statue in real life. And I kind of went this way where it's fun when kind of fictional characters kind of bleed into real life, especially in the world of music. So back in 1969, the characters of the comic Archie got together, formed the Archies, and they actually topped the Billboard charts back in 1969 with their hit song, Sugar Sugar. So I'm going to play you a cover song of that today. I want to know the actor who is covering that song, and it's a shocking actor. I got to say, I didn't know this guy when he's first coming up, tried starting to be a bubblegum pop musician. It just doesn't seem like this person's MO. But believe it or not, he did start this way before turning to film roles where he, honestly, I think his most memorable roles are where he's playing real people. But I'm not going to list those real roles for you today. I'm going to list the ones where he plays a fictional person, like a special armed forces guy who's got to go save the president, or a bounty hunter who's waiting out a bunch of people at a cabin, or a superhero where his son hasn't gotten his powers yet, but he's the best superhero in the world. Roles like that. So I want to know this very well-known actor who, again, started out as a singer, even played professional baseball at one point in his real life. But he was a bubblegum pop artist. I want to know who this actor is singing here, Sugar Sugar. It's a very, very famous actor, and it's shocking he sings this song.
All right, and
Very
it's 855-839-1210. You got a big prize pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx. Jump in. Let's get a winner. More calls coming up.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know what's amazing to me, Don, is the national media. Anytime Philly's in the spotlight, it's just so lazy. Patch, Geno's, Boys to Men, the Rocky statue. Like, is that all we are? 4 tourist attractions and a washed-up R&B band from the mid-'90s? There's more to Philadelphia than that. They just go for the low-hanging, hey, we once booed Santa Claus.
Embarrassing.
Haven't heard that 30,000 times? Way to go.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and let the savings begin.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. Here's today's clue.
I gotta tell you, I am so just jaw on the floor that this action star is singing this song. It's really amazing.
All right, let's see if it's obvious to them or not. I'm not sure. Let's go to Lou and Mount Laurel. Who's singing the song, Lou?
Is that Kurt Russell?
Whoa. Wow,
All right.
nicely done.
How did you get that?
Nicely played.
Exactly right.
I should have asked him how he got that clue. Yeah, I wouldn't have believed that in a million years.
Yeah, Kurt Russell started as a bubblegum pop.
Wow.
When trying to make it big after a few Disney appearances
Right.
as a kid. Decided this was the way to go. Glad he got out of it because, man,
I think
love
they
his
were
movies.
singing that in Tombstone. It's a
Yeah,
little known
yeah.
fact.
Imagine Wyatt Earp singing that, and that's what,
Yeah,
and that's what I was
exactly.
saying. He does play a lot of roles where he plays
Right.
a real life person. Whether
Yeah, when
that's
he takes out that giant peacemaker and they're
Yeah.
singing that. Yes. All right, Lou, you are a winner somehow or another. Good play. Pair of tickets to see Chicago and Sticks July 21st, 2026, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, a couple notes. Todd Blanche today, kind of uneven all over the place. Some Republicans on this hearing about determining should he now take the interim title away and be Attorney General. But this notion that Todd Blanche should not be close to the president is ridiculous. And the easiest one to put Democrats back in their place with, would they have said that to any Democrat today, even say it? JFK, who does he make his Attorney General? Not only his brother, but I would say that RFK was one of the most ruthless, vicious personas we've ever seen. After all, he was one of the stars with Joe McCarthy, among others. So think about it. The Kennedys. Yeah, let's make my brother the Attorney General. This idea that presidents are not putting in attorney generals who are going to be somewhat in sync with the line of the president. Now, does that mean they should go over the line and do something illegal? No, that's where the tell is. But RFK was the campaign manager, was the force pushing back on Nixon in unbelievable, the most vicious family we've seen. Kennedys, nobody can even come close. And yet we're going to hear, oh, well, this guy's too close to Trump. That seems to be the major argument. Now, in the Epstein thing, that's a different story, and I think people still are on Epstein and want a full accounting of that. Several lawyers indicating, though, that the interim attorney general could not meet with the survivors, the 10 or so that are out there publicly, due to the fact that that has some legal repercussion. All right? Dave McCormick, big time again today, holding the defense summit in Carlisle. President Trump just showing up for that, along with Hegseth and a bunch of others. So definitively, Dave McCormick has been a major player in several ways, shapes, or forms, in several fronts. And hopefully we'll get him on soon to talk about what they're doing today in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. 855-839-1210. One other thing, and we're trying to get the guy on hopefully tomorrow, or somebody who wrote about this. There will be a dream come true to me, and they're doing it in South Philly. I'm going to have a recommendation for the guy where they ought to do it, a parallel parking contest. And they will give you, they have very specific things about the amount of space you'll have to park. You only get one shot parallel park. And then they'll measure how close to the curb you come without hitting the curb. Oh, man. Now, there should be none of those devices where they self-park you, whatever. You ought to be thrown in jail.
That's against the rules.
Yeah, it's against the rules.
I was reading the rules, yeah.
And they want to do it in the Acme lot, I guess, down on Packard. No, they said there should be a lot of pressure on you, hecklers and all that. Right out here in our media parking lot, I had a guy today taking up 3 spaces. And I happened to see that his lights were on, so I pull up, I show my badge, my media credential. I always do it like I flash it, like, oh, my God. I said, you could be in big trouble, and I flash it like I might be a cop with that badge. So he backs up to cover the spaces, and I say, don't you see the sign that says this is a press zone? And he goes, no, I'm not around from here. I don't know anything about that. Like, what the heck?
You can't read a song that says press zone?
Well, I think there could have been a legality problem going on here. So, yeah.
Geez.
But
Wow.
he did back up. I didn't have to say, do you see this?
It is a very official-looking badge.
Yeah, I won a badge from Greg Stocker that says sheriff of the parking lot.
I'm
All right,
telling
moving
you,
along
Dom,
here. Yes.
They don't read the signs on the street because there is a gap
That's
for
too
the
far.
bike lane.
Yeah, okay.
So
yes,
it's just
yes,
you just don't even pay attention to the signs.
Right.
You just
Yeah.
see one parking sign that says park here for 4 hours. You go, okay, great.
Right.
They don't
Yeah,
see any
yeah,
of the
yeah,
other
yeah,
signs.
Yeah, conveniently. And this guy, I'm not from around here. The point
Look
being
around.
that trying to park under duress here with cars flying down and e-bikes and people going all over the place, I would deem this, if you have a good location, I bet we get the guy on. They're saying parking in South Philly, but it's in an Acme lot. I realize they can't do it in a spectacle on the street. I would like to do it in the middle of Broad Street because I believe you should be able to park. I'll tell you why I like parking in the middle lane on Broad Street. Because these out-of-town goofballs come here, and I've seen them on newscasts. Special tonight, how are you allowed to park in the middle of the street on Broad Street? You know why, lady? Because it's South Philly, and it's hard to park. That's why.
I think they should do one step more. I think you should be blindfolded, and there should be a map of Philadelphia, and you should get a dart. And you have to throw the dart at the map,
and then
you have to
park there.
parallel park on whatever street you land on.
That's a good one. I would suggest parallel parking near K&A, where the drug trade is going on. Now, that might be the super event. This
Talk
could be
about
like
pressure.
American Gladiator. I think this guy's onto this. Odyssey lawyers would never approve it, but I think I can enter under some other name or something. I will enter if allowed.
Oh, wow.
That's Greg. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the sign-up thing,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah, and I want to rule in there, if you bump the 2 cars you're parked, that's the Philly way. You're allowed to do that. You don't have to be, you touch that car, little tap. A team of experts could measure, and then they measure how close you are to the curb. But I'm already saying it ought to be here, right here, or some of those other places we've talked about.
One thing that I saw in the rules is that they're allowing the cameras in the back. I don't think that
wait
should be
a minute.
allowed.
No, I got to talk to this guy. This guy has to be the number 1 guest to get on tomorrow. Dr. Oz calls us. We'll have to bump him.
I reached out, so
Okay,
hopefully.
good,
Nice.
good, yeah. The Victor or the guy? You want the guy. Yeah, Victor would be a substitute because he seems to be if we had to. But, yeah, I want the guy. Maybe tomorrow. Parallel parking, I think it's coming soon in the fall, something like that.
I think it said September, October. I don't think they have a set date yet.
Maybe in front of drunken Eagles fans, but that's redundant. There could be a thing there. You know, they maybe on 9th Street. That's a pretty tough parking thing. We get George Paquetto involved. That was brilliant yesterday, his attack on the bicycle lanes. What are you going to – I mean – it was a bit colorful saying there's going to be ambulances, Dom, coming up Spruce and Pine Street constantly. Oh, he went with the ambulance thing. All true. He has stopped them. The one man that can stop these maniacs. When I'm over in Cowa Hill, I'm thinking a protected bike lane there. Are you kidding me? Look at these factories and all here. Look at what's going on. I couldn't believe it. We're in safe areas here. We're in a protected bicycle lane. How many miles of bicycle? Henry, if you can Google that, New York has thousands. In Philadelphia proper, anybody tell me the over and under, how many miles of bike lanes, protected or unprotected? You don't have to wear a condom in either one. How many miles are there of bike lanes in Philadelphia? I'll take a shot. I would say you could get to Wildwood. There's got to be 100 miles of it easily. Would I go for 500 miles of bike lanes in Philadelphia?
So, sorry, what was your guess?
I'll say 500 miles of bike lanes in Philadelphia.
Yeah, you're not winning the showcase today. It's
how much?
300.
I think that's fraudulent. Is that a recent estimate?
That is from, let's see, the Bicycle Coalition of Greater Philadelphia.
Oh, they would always tout it. Well, I don't know if they would tout it. They're very suspect. Only 300 miles.
Only 300 miles. There's also another 30 miles or so of separated cycling paths.
So we're starting to get closer to this. And, given the progress they're making, I think 500 in this year is I was a little bit high. What would you have guessed?
I was not that.
No?
I was going to say like 100.
It's enormous. And the protected part is becoming the lion's share. That's where there's real trouble. The whole thing is shut off there. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get in. Hit us with the statue that you'd like to see of a fictional character. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. If you've, by the way, sent an email to Benny, let me know about that. You can always tell me what you told Benny out there in Ben Salem. We have to have more on that tomorrow. 855-839-1210.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A diagnosis like heart failure, because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, we'll continue. How did that guy get Kirk Russell? Dom Giordano Show. Welcome inside question today. Hit us with that statue that you would erect to a fictional character. Tom in Rosemont on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom, and I'm glad we can talk now that our long national nightmare of soccer is over.
Almost over.
Amen.
Well, the American side of it is. But, Tom, this is a character. This is a character both in literature and an amazing film that's still talked about 50 years later. This character almost never gets any screen time, and yet carried the entire film. He was a victim of government action. He was just trying to defend his home and his family and make a living free of government interference, Dom. He was the shark from Jaws.
Beautifully put. We start the debate. Now we're defending the shark from. Get Linda Kearns and Tom together here. Oh, the billable hours. My God, I can't afford it. Thank you, Tom. That's beautifully played.
I don't know what the shark's motive there. He's portraying.
Yeah, and Jenny waiting across the reflection pool as a villain trying to stop this. There's a shark. By the way, too, we're still working on that. My God. 855-839-1210. That's true, and I love the former mayor of Wildwood, Rosanella. But when he's the whole day at Mulligan's with all the great stuff, when he said it's a wilderness, when you're 10 feet past, there's always sharks out there. There you go. The shark's just trying to make a living. If you want to swim there, just realize that. Water has been incredibly warm. We don't go in till the second time down the shore next week, and I think it's time to go into the water.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
there over the weekend. Yeah, it was nice.
Never heard of a shark in Avalon or Cape May, though. I don't know what's their nesting ground there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Occasionally, we hear of a shark report. Seems to be more of a New York thing, though. Let's go to Zenos in Upper Darby. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom, Chow, and Yasu, for you and the whole gang.
Thank you, Zenos.
Dom, I'm going to get off the sidetrack, and I'm going to talk about this Sonny Hostet's lady,
Sure.
whatever the hell,
Yep.
whatever her
Right.
name is. What she said that she gets triggered by seeing American flags when she's walking in towns.
Yes.
Okay, Dom. Well, I get triggered when I see people wearing Hamas flags, Black Lives Matter, Communist China. What is the Palestinian flags? That's the ones I get. And I'm an American citizen, Dom. I would love to trigger her because on my right arm, I have an American flag tattooed on me. You know what it says on it? It says, love it or leave it.
Wow, I didn't know you would get that tattooed, the love it or leave it. Wow.
I got it on me, and then on my forearm has an eagle flying through fire, Dom. And I can't believe that you would. And then she has the audacity and the goal to make the American flag like a Confederate flag, and she does. Well, they do fly them down south because I was there many a times. That's on them. That's on them. But to say the American flag is a symbolism of Confederate, this lady is delusional. Tom, excuse me. And you know, Robert was right. I can't believe that these people exist in our country, and they won't be triggered by any other flags, but they're triggered by an American flag. Dom, in my neighborhood, when we moved in Upper Darby, both Powell Lane, Glencoe, Wellington, all people had flags, and I even believe in Yaden and Lansdowne, they got them on the flagpole. I can't believe this lady's talking like that. She's getting triggered by a flag. I got them on my arm. I wish she'd come around. I'd trigger her real good.
Thank you, Zeno. So I'll let you go before you get a... Boy, he's got the American Eagle coming through fire. Oh, man. Look, Zenos and Joe of Exton are both real people. I haven't met Zenos yet, but Joe I have. Yeah, yeah. They're not actors, although they could jump in and play any role that you wanted.
Yes, they can.
Picture Joe acting alongside Xenos. Now, that would be, wow. Here's another. Frank in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. So, Frank, what do you think of the parallel parking?
Parallel parking, I'm going to give you some history, Don. 1950, they passed a resolution, City Council passed a resolution that they want to eliminate legal parking spaces. And 30 years ago, I was living on 11th and Shunk, Jessup and Shunk to be exact, and a police officer told me there won't be no legal parking spaces within 10 to 15 years. And it did happen, Dom. And now the only neighborhood that has legal parking space is where I live at, and you've been in my house before.
Yeah. Well, you can park legally in South Philly, no? Like near Nick's Roast Beef?
No, hey, Dom, I had getting tickets in the car, out of the car, and I made a delivery up there one day at the studio, and when I came out, there was no ticket on my car, but I got one 3 weeks after that.
Wow. Yeah, well, Frank, the idea of this parallel parking, I think is a real fun thing. Are you a good parallel parker?
I have legal parking in front of my house. The whole neighborhood has all the parking in the world. And guess what, Don? That permanent parking, they can reverse that if they get 80% signatures of the actual number of that permanent parking. They can reverse that and eliminate that permanent parking permit.
Okay.
If they really wanted to.
Yeah.
That's legal.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Well, look, it was legendary, Henry. If you were parking near Jackson, whatever, there was people parking parallel next to you on both sides of the street. And you go, what the heck's up with this? Well, don't you know, you got to go in Nick's Roast Beef and say, can you move your car? And somebody would come out and do it. Yeah, at least in that area. Yeah, but then they started with the angled parking. And I don't recognize South Philly when I see all the angled parking. It's just not the same kind of thing. And maybe you shouldn't have an SUV if you're in South Philly or if you're driving into Center City. How does someone have a giant truck and try to drive into Center City? Park in our spaces. That's how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They see the 5 or 6 spots there for the press lot. And they go, oh, perfect.
Exactly.
I'm up for this all day.
Hey, by the way, one update. We're not hearing too much here in Philadelphia because this is about somebody illegal, Krasner and others. But I have more information, the report from the Department of Justice, that this British national who was allegedly shot to death in Roxborough by the 75-year-old guy who had commissioned them to do some minor work, was a member, or they alleged anyhow, of the organized multi-state fraud and laundering scheme. He's British. Silas Hanrahan, age 20, shot and killed 400 block of Ripka Street in Roxborough. People shocked there. It is a quiet neighborhood. They were workers with him, and what they do, allegedly, the traveling con men, they call themselves. Just another example of people here illegally who feel this is a paradise. Now, I don't know what the argument was about, but I have deep sympathy for this 75-year-old guy, and he's still in jail, even though the Trump Justice Department is pushing this narrative of what happened here. Let's see what Krasner does. You know which side Krasner's on with this. He's not going to push back on these people engaged in this. Now, I'm not saying the shooting was correct. We don't know that. But I do think the guy ought to be out on bail, and I don't believe in when we came on that he is. It's the lightning round next. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time statue. I see some funny ones here for a fictional character. And the question is, will Benny the Owl get a statue over on Ben Salem? Looking out over in Philadelphia saying, don't enter. How many people are going to school illegally in Ben Salem? Unknown. How many people are illegal in the country going to school in Ben Salem? I would argue probably a pretty big number. 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Have you looked at your roof lately? Dawn Stensland here. If not, don't wait until the fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues can quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through July 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's why I trust Chapman. They're a GAF certified plus contractor, which means they can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the best time to beat the fall rush. Lock in your savings. Enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule your free consultation. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends July 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, great one today. All-time fictional character that you think a statue should be erected to. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg, welcome in.
Hello, guys. I can't believe you guys can't see Snake Plissken singing Sugar, Sugar. I can't believe that. I mean, that's the first person I thought of when I heard that. I'm like, that's Snake Plissken.
Yeah. Eye patch and all.
All right. Yeah, eye patch and all. Let me get to my side quickly. And this is I can see him in the Barnes or on top of the Art Museum. The greatest proponent of feminism, body positivity, and DEI enrichment. How about Al Bundy?
I love it. Right there at the Art Museum. That will show them. Well, Gary in Newtown sent me a picture of him on Mount Rainier or something. Is he calling in from there?
Oh, jeez.
Hey, Gary, where are you
Good
today?
service up there, man.
Right now, I'm in Newtown. I'm not at Mount Whitney. I owed you and Kirk that picture when you were picking on us hikers a couple of weeks ago, and I forgot to send it.
That's okay.
Okay, all right.
No worries.
Oh no, it's no big deal. So, like Robert, I got to set the stage. So the stage is 1 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest in Washington D.C., and the applicant who just went up to apply for the CEO position has a stamp envelope that says "Too much experience, need not apply," and that would be Tagny Daggert with her head held low, who was the awesome person in Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged Amtrak executive.
Nicely played for a while. I don't know why. I thought it was Game of Thrones was coming up there, but that's right. That's that character. One of the most chance meetings in the world. Ed Snyder was one of the people backing the feature film from Ayn Rand. And I saw him, and I go, that's Ed Snyder, right over to an interview. He had on a yellow jacket, and he said, but, Dom, it's got to make money, too. I didn't have my recorder there. I was just going in the theater. Note, carry a recorder every second. You never know when Ed Snyder might bump into you. Let's go to Joe of Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hiya, Joe. Good afternoon.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. I would like to see the statue of Snow White gracing the steps of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. The story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is a symbolic parable, with Snow White representing womanly innocence, having to choose a mate from among 7 distinct personalities.
Wow, Joe, you really outdid yourself today. By the way, Joe, the Odyssey, when is it? Tomorrow night? Is it Thursday release, or is it
this week? I forget.
Yeah, it's this week. Will you be willing to give us a review of the Odyssey?
Where's it being shown?
All over the place. It's a big feature film.
I don't know.
Head over to the movie tavern, Joe.
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
we'll
Joe.
Have it there for you.
It's going to be, yes. And already I see the mixed reviews, people getting pretty fired up about some of the actors' comments that they're tired of hearing X, Y, and Z here. It'll be an Oscar nominee just because of the controversy, if nothing else. I'm debating whether to see it or not. I'm not necessarily.
Gotta see it. I mean,
it's a little.
At this point,
yeah, we need. By the way, I need a film recommendation when we're on Wildwood. If I don't have a film backup and it rains, you don't want to be near Row at that point.
Uh-oh.
The sweetness goes away. It's just that's it.
Something in theaters or just generally?
Oh, in theaters, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what's out right
Last
now.
time it was Toy Story 5. I don't know if the Odyssey is going to be playing in Stone Harbor or not.
I doubt that.
It's no IMAX.
Yeah. Right. Drew in Upper Darby. Hey, Drew, afternoon. What's yours today?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Hey, Dom, man, you talk about a guy who took one for the team. He probably did us all a favor, the 75-year-old, and he's sitting in jail. It's too bad, you know?
Well, yeah, he ought to be out on bail at least, given the background and given this story. I don't know what Krasner has set bail out while he's still in jail. Whatever he did may or may not be legal. We'll see, but yeah.
He exposed these frauds. They're ripping everybody off left and right. But I'll get to my answer, Dom. This woman solved every cold case murder, every murder in her hometown of Cabot Cove, Maine, the murder capital of the world. She solved all these cases when she walks into town, and that's J.D. Fletcher, a.k.a. Angela Lansbury.
Absolutely. A little note, great producer Joe Sibilia thought Angela Lansbury was one of the hottest women alive. Oh, my God. It used to be quite a thing. Quite a character, Joe.
Wow.
All right, Kirk, moment of decision here. Give me some of your contenders.
My contenders, I got to say, is Tom from Rosemont with Jaws, but my other one is Michael with Wilmington with Morpheus. So those were my two. They're that good.
Those two were both, I agree, they're both contenders. Henry, how about yours?
Mine's got to be Greg in the Northeast, the answer of Al Bundy. And in addition to all that, great stuff he's talking about, how could we forget he scored 4 touchdowns in the city championship game back in 1966.
That was a very entertaining call when he said on top of the art museum, Al Bundy. That would drive those stuffed shirts nuts. Let's go with Al Bundy on this as a mosh. Now, tomorrow, pretty much settled on it. Are cigarettes making a comeback? Guy Shiraki and others, you don't have to put James Bond up with the cigarettes anymore on Twitter. I get it. We got rid of that scourge. All right? Are we going to see more of it? We'll have that tomorrow. Thanks for listening today. Afternoon show is next. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.